Howdy, adventurers. Howdy. Happy Monday. Fucking steak, baby, yeah. The ribeye, the mashed potatoes, fuck, baby. Yeah. Howdy, Brianna. Howdy, my son. ARRGGGH. Who else is here? Frey, my new friend, Frey the Hunter. I met you on Twitter. I hope you're well. My Jiffy. Jiffy. Captain Jiffy, if you're nasty. Captain Jiffy, if you're nasty. The voice of God. I am indeed chillin'. This is excellent news, my friend. Turn this down just a touch. I hope everybody's well. I have great news, and that is how we are going to start today's stream. Does that sound okay? You guys want some good news today? Cleanse your feed. How does that sound? Does that sound nice? Let me just switch my stage here. Howdy! Now my facial recognition being off. Oh my god, I always forget something. I always forget something in it. And I've got makeup all over my desk as well. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Thank you for the resub, Pixel. Thank you. 5 months streak. Thank you so much for the 5 months, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Frey the Hunter, for following. Thank you for the follow, Frey. It is much appreciated. There we go. Hi, everybody. Dagoth is finally back, and he is suffering from minor head trauma. almost a year. Thank you, Pixel. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So, I want to talk to you guys about something really awesome and really important. First of all, I hope you really like my loot. Right off the bat, I hope that you'll dig my little, you know, my cheeky little guitar. I hope you like it, vibes. I have to say, Jiffy, I have bad news for you, my friend. I have bad news for you, my friend, and that is that Toilet of the KOU kids just picked up like 10 bags of trash, which puts us over the goal for the first 8 bags, which puts us over the goal for the first goalpost. If you don't know what the Envirothon is, allow me to pontificate for a moment. Actually, I'm gonna do something better. I'm gonna show you. The wonderful, beautiful Uhara Koyuki created some excellent art for us explaining the Envirothon, and I feel that there is no better way to... Oh god, it's so big. No better way to explain it than to simply show you all of the hard work that she's put into this. All right, I'm going to cover my screen for a minute. Welcome to Esme and Koyuki's Envirothon. The Envirothon is what we're calling this event, which consists of both communities, the KOU kids, that's her community, and the Bravestone Magpies, that is us, to come together and bring some good into the world with hope and positive action. All you have to do is pick up litter in your neighborhood using reusable bags. The event's going for 2 weeks. Take a picture of the trash that you've collected. Recycle as much of the litter as possible and post that photo in the community Discord of your choice. Each bag, no matter how big or small, is worth 1 point. It's just our way of cleaning up the environment and doing something good. I should do that though. I should. There is an announcement that is timed that should be coming through every 30 minutes. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, each bag counts, no matter how full, no matter how small. It's just our way of kind of giving back to the world, and we're not doing it for any reason. We're not doing it for donations or anything like that. If anything, we're doing it for people to get involved. We want as many people to be excited about this as we are. We're adventurers. We're the good guys. So we are putting good in the world, even though no one asked. You know? So I just want to thank everybody for all the work that you've done so far and the journey that we've been on together just in this last... I haven't even been doing this a week yet, have we? And we've already reached our first goalpost. I could not be prouder of all of you for going above and beyond and doing it just for the good of your neighbors and the environment. Plants and animals don't have the ability to communicate with us. And if you feel helpless in this world, imagine how they feel. You know? So this is just a really good opportunity for us to show them what we're made of, right? First of many. So thank you all again. 8 bags, that is crazy. We're gonna take a minute to take a look at some of these collections that we've got. I know, who wants to show up to a stream and look at trash, but that's what we're doing today. So get over it. Let's look at some of these trash. Gus serving cunt in a moderator type way. I'm so funny. What? Huh? All right. We're gonna look at some of these trash bags. The last person who has submitted was it Gus or was it me? No, it was you. Yeah, it was Gus. I made an attempt and ended with a box turtle? No, now you gotta tell me what that's all about, huh? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? How did this occur? I just have to know. Oh my gosh, please. What is this thing? Huh? I'm gonna hide you for now. Right. Go away. Is there just like another environment? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. What the frog? Here is the latest, here's the latest bag of trash that has been picked up. As you can see, Gus. Got a whole bunch of stuff. Got somebody's tuna layered salad eat and go in this, it looks like this cloth bag, totally reusable. And this is like with my dainty hands, your big himbo hands, your big meat paws. This is just him stepping outside and using his grabber to get things that he can just like see near his house. So you don't have to go far. I think when you start looking for trash, you start noticing how many things are out there that aren't meant to be there. It's so wild to me. This experiment has really shown me like how truly blind we are to the things around us that we've just kind of become accustomed to, the dirt and grime that we are just kind of hand waving as entities living day to day. And that's not normal. So let's make it better. Right. Anyway, thank you, ARRGGGH, for being the latest one to submit your trash claim. Super proud of it. So far, we have Jiffy still in the lead, but unfortunately, Jiffy was overshadowed by the wonderful, beautiful, magnificent Toilet, who has claimed 8 bags and is about to get 5 more. It seems like. Let's go to the Koyuki. Let's dip over there. Let's go to Koyuki's server and see what we got. My god, look at all this litter that he posted. I'm gonna show you. Look at all this. This is just, look, oh my god, this grosses me out so much. Like, it's just put your friggin' trash in the trash can. How hard is that? Genuinely. Like, look at all of this just plastic. You can see it, right? The brightly colored plastic just sticking out of the dirt. That's just unacceptable. It's unacceptable. And we don't have to live this way, and we're not going to live this way. Okay? God, it's wild. It's wild. I tried cleaning around the workplace that's next to the highway and that stumbled across a box turtle approaching the highway. Take a picture of your turtle. I want to see. What? How come you didn't send me any pictures of your little turtle? That counts, I feel. Like saving a turtle from the highway. Surely. Yeah, I'm noticing so much of it on my walks. It's insane. Isn't it crazy how like every day you just kind of close your eyes to the stuff happening around you just because it like helps you get through day to day? That's not normal. Look at this. Look at it. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. You guys. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's fucking crazy. So shout out to Toilet for being #1. Thank you so much. I let her go. She might still be around. Hell yeah. I mean, that's probably best for her, you think? I don't know. Where are you? Are turtles native to your region? You tell me. Hello, sloth. Hello, baby boy. Hello. By the way, can you guys still hear the music? I hope so. I hope that's the case. Let's lurk. Is there more trash? Here's Larky's haul. Got some trash in here. Really zoom in there. Just little bits of everything. Just come on, people. It's not hard. It's not hard. Just pick up. He's got his falconer's glove to protect his beautiful little hands. If you guys haven't seen Larky's hands, let me tell you. Perfect hands. Perfect hands. Very masculine fists, if I do say so myself. Excuse me. So, Additionally, just like, I know I've already said thank you a bunch of times, but I just want to just a special shout out to you guys for giving Keto hope. The Envirothon was inspired by, and well, no, it wasn't my idea, but it was Argus's idea. Everybody knows Argus. I don't need to introduce him. It was Argus's idea, but I would argue that this was absolutely inspired by Keto and her interests in saving the planet and doing something for the environment. And this is just a way of showing her that a little community can do big things, and that once you are wholly and fully yourself and you're not hiding the things that you're passionate about, and you share yourself a little bit with people out there, that people will stick by your side and make a difference with you, you know? Do a little dance, play your own music. People will join you. So thank you guys for giving one of my best friends hope. Because sometimes I think she does this nature stuff, this environment stuff, and I think she feels a little sad because of all the things happening in the world and how easy it is to see all the negative things happening in this world. So thank you guys for being good friends and good companions to the KOU kids and encouraging them by doing it and sticking with me, helping me. Just, yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. 100% sent from her classic classroom assignments. Awesome, dude. Awesome. Awesome. Couldn't ask for more. Oh my gosh. Pardon me. Let me, so we've reached the first goal. Keto and I should probably now make plans to play Green Hell. I don't know when that's going to be, so just stay tuned. Stay tuned. We'll be doing that soon. And then our next goal is, what is our next goal? Oh yeah, it was the forest. So once we get 5 more bags of litter picked up, and remember, it can be from anywhere, right? As any size. Doesn't even need to be a full bag. Once that's done, she and I will do an IRL nature walk. Myself around Scotland and her in the wild forests of wherever she is. Dutchland, you know? So, all we need is 5 more bags. And for those of you who have never left the United States or maybe your respective country, I think it's just going to be nice for all of us to get to experience that together, get to see new worlds and beautiful places together. Oh, I'm going to guarantee we reach. Oh, absolutely. If the KOU kids and the Bravestones don't get it, it's going to be one of us. There it is. There's the announcement. So, I think that's all I need to say. I just really appreciate every one of you. I want to get to 100. I want to get to 100. That is my goal. Just because the next year we can go 200, right? And have even more adventures and KOU kids piling in to do their part, right? That would be wonderful. I'm suspicious that Jiffy is lurking to go collect a few more bags. His competitive nature has kicked in. I guess there's only one way to find out, and that is to push forward and see if submissions change. So Gussie or Sparrow or whatever mods I have in chat, keep an eye out in the Envirothon channel, and let's see if Jiff does anything crazy. What wild and crazy Jiff. In the meantime, let's talk about what we are doing today. So, I'm a bard at the heart of things, yes. And I realized that I haven't been doing a lot of bard-related stuff. I've been playing a lot of games. I've just been kind of not inspired to do any TTRPG or D&D related stuff very often recently, because it takes a lot of effort, if I'm being honest. It takes a lot of effort and planning, and I'm never really sure who's going to get involved or if anyone will get involved. So Yeah, it's I just haven't been as diligent with it, and yeah, I thought today it might be really cool to talk a little bit about a tabletop game that I think most people probably haven't heard about. Is anybody familiar with the TTRPG called 7th Sea? Has anybody ever heard of that before? If not, let me put you on real quick. 7th Sea is essentially a tabletop role-playing game where you roleplay as heroes, not adventurers necessarily, from different nations of this world called Theia. And in this world, pirates are very common. Think of the golden age of every, well, I won't say every, but major European countries in the world, and put them all into one world and throw piracy in there. And that's what we're looking at. The big time swashbuckling, big powdered wigs, Italian opera and masquerades. Yeah. The Fae. 31 bags? Wait. Are you telling me that we got more just now? Do we get more? Oh, updating the number. Okay. Got it. We'll do. Hespero. We have 31 bags, by the way. So we only need 4. That's crazy. We only need 4. Anyway, so this world is ruled by these gigantic powers that be that are either at war or kind of trying to take over the world in their own right. It's like parallel Earth, but stuck in the golden era of the respective nations. And I thought it'd be fun today to kind of talk to you about not only the TTRPG and how it works, but also kind of go through the thematics of it. Talk to you about the respective nations and their styles, the magic of this world, the lore of this world. Those things are very interesting to me, and I thought that it might be cool for you guys to learn about. Maybe it'll inspire new characters, roguish archetypes, something like that. Sadly, I couldn't find a turtle. Apparently, they move quickly. Well, who'da thunk it? Who'da thunk? Anyway, so let's dig in. I hope you're hungry, because we got a lot of knowledge to eat today, chat. Magpies. Right. So first, I'm going to start off by just saying I have a picture of the cover art of these books. Like, let's talk about serving cunt for a minute. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. How are you, my friend? How are you? Welcome. Thank you for coming. Can we get a hearty howdy in chat for please? What's the inspiration for your name? I gotta know. Hearty howdy. Anyway, let me show you this art. Let me show you this art real quick. Bye. Come on now. Look at this shit. Look at it. Ugh. 90s and early 2000s cover art went so hard. They did not have to do all this. Look at it. Hello? This is the Game Master's Guide. God, just look at, I remember when I was a little girl, I would look at the covers for the hardbacks of these books and just be so enthralled by them. I just thought they were so fucking cool, and I wanted to like play in this world and make a pirate and sail the seven seas. I just thought they were so sick. Back in the day, I think one of the methods where that a lot of creators would use is that they would take real photos of people in different poses, and then they would paint on like different outfits maybe. And the reason why I came up with this theory is because if you look at things like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, a lot of the portraits are like this, where it just looks like somebody in the office with like new clothes. So that's kind of what I'm going with here. This is the kind of vibe that I'm thinking. So that's just one of the covers. Let's go to the other ones. There's a special cover for each of the different empires. This is the Crescent Empire, which is kind of like Arabian Nights type beat. A little less cool in my opinion. This came way later. This came after 7th Sea kind of established itself. And then we got, look at this. Look at Avalon. Now, Avalon is where I would be from. It's Scotland, England, Ireland. It's those kind of places. The thing about 7th Sea is it kind of squashes cultures together. So obviously, those cultures are very different. You know, Welsh, English, all of them are very different and have their own flavors that are unique to them. However, you know, we're talking the golden age of the English Empire and Scotland and everything, and they kind of squash them together. Avalon is from Arthurian legend. Very good. Yes, there is a reason for that. Druids are very real in this world. The Fae, called the Sea, they are very real creatures, and they influence the world. God, look at this. Look at the font. Look at the old school font. Hello? But yeah, it talks about the history of these places and gives the nations names, and you can see its ports and its valleys and its peaks and its people and kind of get a feel for them based on, you know, the names of things and you know, the way that history plays out. Look at the crest of Avalon. So beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Stunning vibes. And they have, each of the nations has their own fighting styles and things like that too. That doesn't mean that when you make a character that you couldn't utilize those fighting styles, but you're going to have a little bit more complicated of a backstory in your case, because sea travel was common, but takes a long time. It can be very expensive. So people who were not of noble bearing often wouldn't learn the sword arts of the Vodace, who are the Italians in this universe, in Thea, if they were Avalonian. It just didn't really happen. But the Druids are real. The sea are real. The magic of ancient England and Scotland are real. I think it's a good idea to kind of start from the roots. And I feel like Avalon is a wonderful place to kind of dissect that. I'm gonna go straight into, this is the character sheet, by the way. Pretty simple, right? Pretty easy peasy. And look how old school it looks. There aren't any flashy like borders and like extra fluff. It's just like traits, character information, appearance, advantages, blah, blah, blah. And we'll go on to what all this stuff means later. But we're gonna start from the start. Look at this. October 2001. Hello? So, The world of 7th Sea is a world of swashbuckling and sorcery, piracy and adventure, diplomacy and intrigue, archaeology and exploration. It's a world of musketeers, buccaneers, and privateers, ancient sorcery and lost civilizations, secrets that hide in the shadows, and monsters that hide in plain sight. So, sorcery is real. Magic is real. And every single one of the nations of Thea have their own brand of magic. And how common it is for you to be a sorcerer, have sorcery, is dependent on your nation and its relationship with that magic, which is so cool and so deep because genuinely, that is how it would work. Wait, does it say that one of the creators is John Wick? That is correct. The John Wick, who I have had the pleasure of meeting and talking to when he was starting to launch the second edition of 7th Sea. The man who can kill a person with pencils. Well, different guy, I'm afraid. Different guy, I'm afraid. I'll show you this guy's picture. He looks different. But yeah. Hi, special fish. Welcome. Welcome. But yeah, so your relationship with magic and how much magic you have is dependent on your nation's relationship with magic. For example, in Spain, the church, I believe this is it, the Vatican Church. I think that this is the same church everywhere, but the Vatican Church is essentially Catholicism. And Catholicism was huge in Spain during the Spanish Golden Years. And because of Catholicism being so big during this era, sorcery in Thea was outlawed and witches were burned. So if you have sorcery in somewhere like Castile, which is this world's version of Spain, that is something that you would have to treasure and hide deeply because it is not looked upon fondly. The Vatican Church is absolutely everywhere, eyes everywhere. Everybody worships the Vatican Church and practices that religion, and anybody outside of that is seen as an outsider or even an enemy of the church. No one expects a Spanish Inquisition. That's exactly right. That's kind of what you're looking at. So the Inquisition is a very real thing. If the church suspects that there's something up, they will send their inquisitors to inquire. And sometimes that's nice, and sometimes it's not so nice. A lot of nobles have been usurped by the church themselves, or controlled in Castile's current situation, based on the whims of this Church of the Prophets, or the Vatican Church. Now, here's where it gets interesting. We're just talking about religion, right? In Thea, we know that the Vatican Church has a big importance in places like Castile. And we're going to find Castile here. Just a second. Where are you, Castile? There you are, my darling. Castile. And you'll notice Zorro's over here because of course he's here, right? So, the Vatican Church. They're a big deal in Castile. You know who else is kind of a little bit religious? Maybe just a little bit. The Italians. Maybe just a little bit religious, right? They also practice a religion. However, because their magic is something that is so entwined in social politics in a place like Italy, which is called Vodacce in this world. Look at how absolutely stunning this artwork is. You don't get this anymore, do ya? Look at that. Every single person, including this man, is serving cunt on this cover. Don't at me. Right, so because the lives of Vodacce are so intertwined with their sorcery, which is called fate magic, which means that the women of the Vodacce can determine or influence your fate, like the weaves of fate, right? Because it is so influential, the Vatican Church kind of turns a blind eye to religion, to sorcery in Vodacce. It was the only way that the Vatican Church could really kind of infiltrate the world of Vodacce and their politics was to allow sorcery to kind of flourish. Interestingly, Vodacce is also a place in the world where only women can learn their specific type of sorcery. Pretty interesting, huh? Hi, Keto Keto! You missed my earlier discussion about the Envirothon. Thank you for coming. I'm so proud. I'm so proud of Toilet. See, what did I tell ya? What did I tell you? I knew it was just a matter of time. People are... I know you are. You're hyper. I knew it was just a matter of time. When you give yourself wholly and fully and show the things that you care about, people will buck up. Monkey see, monkey do, right? I'm sure that really made you feel wonderful, and you deserve it. Nana, thank you for coming. How are you? Today we're talking about 7th Sea, which is a little known but very, very cool TTRPG system that I really like, that I think is really cool. And I'm talking about the lore of places and showing off the absolutely exquisite art that Dungeons and Dragons style game books used to have. Like, look at this. This is obscene, right? Yeah, we're at 31 out of 100 bags. Isn't that wonderful? I could not be happier. I'm so, what is it? Chuffed is the word? I'm so chuffed. I'm so happy. I'm so pleased. So thank you everyone again. Where was I? Oh yeah, so the religion of the Vodachi is is separate from its sorcery. So it has a very different dynamic than the sorcery of Castile, which it's very obvious to everyone involved that, essentially the whole Holy Roman Emperor type rulership is going to be different than, the Italians, which are all about family tradition and honor and things like that. I know. Yeah, these covers are just on another level. And then you have, look at this. This is the Game Master's Guide. For those of you who didn't see it earlier, look at this. Isn't this incredible? Absolutely stunning. You just never see this shit anymore. It's a delight. And so inspiring. It just makes you want to get in there and find treasure chests and sword fight, So that's Vodachi. And here's an interesting one. So, Usura. Oh, now we're getting into it. Now we're getting into that Spanish music, right? I hope the volume is okay for everyone. So, Usura. Usura is essentially Russia. You know what I mean? Great Russia. And their sorcery comes from nature itself. Their sorcery lets them change into different beasts. And they have a relationship with winter and the land. And their sorcery is more rare because their nobility and their royalty has kind of severed Usura's connection with Mother Nature as of late. So she hasn't been speaking up very often. If you've heard the tales of creatures like Baba Yaga, this is what we're looking at as Usura. Yes, they are absolutely druids. Exactly. Not the druids that you would expect from Arthurian legend, which are kind of like wood worshippers and things like that. I'm talking like bear men and werewolves and things of that nature. Right? I want to wear a corset and fight using a saber. I'm not stopping you, Argus. Hey, Ian, welcome. One of my characters I'm going to use is going to be a dwarf monk wizard multiclass. He uses magic that only comes from his hands, and I think it would be funny if he was a. I think that word is derogatory. I think they prefer dwarf or small person. I'm not sure, but that's an interesting character concept nonetheless. But yeah, the Isurans are very, very tough people, as you can imagine. They have to be in the hardy north. Imagine like the golden age of Russia, right? The empresses and all of their grandeur. I love how these old books always have these like little blurbs, these little skits at the front that give you a vibe for the region. Look at this. Maybe someday I'll read through these and do like an ASMR story time for some of these. But Dark Asura, a land of mystery and superstition, where Bolshevik peasants usher, I think that says Bolshevik, peasants shudder beneath the bloody reign of Bayar tyrants. The very name conjures image of men impaled on spikes, dark castles hovering over tall cliffs, and mad overlords who bathe in blood and whisper ancient prayers to living goddesses. So we're talking, if you wanted to make kind of like a Romanov Dracula style character, you could absolutely do that with the Asurans. So there you go. There is a region and a class for everyone. It is such a unique and colorful world to be in. If there is a type of character that you are curious about, or a type of character that you're interested in playing with, more of a rich story and background with a kind of a living world that already kind of exists before your character gets thrown into it, this is a great setting. Every time I've kind of thought about a game played in the 7th Sea world, it's a story about freedom and achieving that freedom through kind of exploring other cultures and learning new arts and things. Hey, Dino! Thanks for coming, Dino. Good to see you. My sweetie pie. My sweetheart. My little kitten. My tiny baby. Oh. Can we get a shout out in chat for Dino, please? Cutie pie. He's so cranky with me now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So that's the Usurans. Usura. You have all, so here, okay, so it just gets cooler and cooler, right? So we've talked about the magic. We've talked about a lot of the worlds. We haven't gone into anything. Eisen is Germany, by the way. And Germany used to have dragons that are now extinct. And the Germans in this world, they're called the Eisens, made armor and weapons out of the bones, flesh, etc., pieces, bits of dragons, and those things get passed down through their families. So how sick is that? Also, the Black Forest of Eisen are notoriously and infamously haunted with crazy, deranged creatures of darkness and intrigue. Mothman totally lives there. You know, aliens, absolutely. Whatever you want, it's all in there. Everybody, including the Eisens, especially the Eisens even, are terrified of the forest because of this. They have harsh weather, hard people. They are very quick to what is the word? Like, guard their honor, if that makes sense. Yeah, they're aura farming. Look at that. So essentially what happened is dragons ruled Eisen. They were like the powerhouse of rulership in this country, in this continent. They were checked in by nobody. And then humans came along, the Eisens essentially came along and were like, you're pretty. I want to wear you like a jacket. And the dragons were like, huh? And then they started making weapons out of them to fight them. And then they conquered them. And yeah, they're tough motherfuckers. Once the mightiest military power in Thea, this world, Eisen has been decimated by the 30-year War of the Cross, which is the War of the Cross is the essentially World War I Holy Inquisition led by the Vatican Church, which is something that we discussed earlier, is this world's version of Catholicism, essentially. So Catholics went absolutely crazy, saying all of you have to become Catholic, and that's the War of the Cross, basically. Leaving the survivors behind to pick up the pieces and bury the dead. Disease and famine continue to ravage the countryside, while the divided Iron Princes argue amongst themselves. Worse yet, the death of so many has attracted the attention of horrors thought to be destroyed. Centuries ago, Eisen desperately needs a hero, somebody capable of reuniting the nation before it's too late. So there's all kinds of interesting and cool concepts that you can make a character for. Eisen is all about hardship and despair and overcoming adversity. Guts from Berserk would be Eisen, 100%. 100%, 120%, and he'd be the one killing the dragon, I think. Oh, so the Eisen are just player characters for Monster Hunter. Yeah, in a way, except I like to think, based on what I learned about Monster Hunter, is that the hunters in Monster Hunter are doing it not just for human preservation, but also for kind of a sense of ecology, right? big monsters, especially elder dragons, destroy the environment and cause huge natural cataclysms that destroy smaller species and kind of ruin it for other things that are supposed to be living there and keeping like the weather in control and nature in control. So it's sometimes necessary to deal with it in order for other species to thrive. That's nature, right? That's something I think we can agree on. Easily Frank Horrigan. I've done the math, and Frank Horrigan can punch with an 83,000 punch force, and he's also Secret Service and can punch a Deathclaw's head off. That's pretty sick. I don't know who you're talking about, but they sound awesome. I don't know, who is that? I thought it was a sport. I don't know any Monster Hunter lore. Okay, work. You know what I'm saying? Catholics telling other people they have to be Catholic. This is just too unrealistic for me. I'm out. So yeah, Eisen is kind of in ruins right now. It's not a good spot. And as the book suggests, the horrors that kind of come out and lived in the forest are noticing the carcass of the once great Eisen has been picked by the Vatican Church, and they're looking to regain that territory. So that's kind of like an interesting thing to think about if you decide to make a character from someplace like Eisen, right? Let's see, what else have we got? Talked about Castile, Eisen, Vodace. Let's talk about Montaigne. Oh, Montaigne. I think we all know who the Montaigne are. Surely we know, right? Who could this be? Who do we think this could be based off of? It's really hard to tell. You know? I want to be Eisen because I like their drip. Honestly, you give me Eisen vibes just because they have like specialized weapons, right? The Montaigne. The Montaigne are also followers of the Vatican Church. And they also, to my knowledge, are not great about supporting people who have sorcery. Well, they weren't. Recently, Montaigne, the French of this world, have crowned a prince known as, I think he's called the Sun Prince, right? This guy here in the middle. He has sorcery. So the prince himself is able to do sorcery. Their brand of sorcery is really interesting. If you learn sorcery, if you're born into sorcery, if you have the ability to use sorcery in Montaigne, you have the ability to create portals. But every time you create a portal, your hands are soaked in blood. And in those portals are hellscapes that you have to avert your eyes from, or else it drives you mad. So it's, if you can imagine, expansion is a little bit easier when you're a Montaigne and you have sorcery. You just kind of open doorways to wherever you want to go. But there is drawbacks to that. Your hands covered in blood isn't always a great look, especially when people can still kind of use religion against you. Montaigne, essentially, because their king knows sorcery is kind of in an interesting spot right now, because you have the church on one end that says, well, sorcery is evil and there is only one true faith and power in the universe. And then you have the prince who's like, okay, well, no. And because I have all the power here, you're kind of stuck just dealing with me. Now, Vodace is a little bit more shy about their magic use in a world like this. The Vodace being the Italians, their magic use is all between hushed whispers and like a nod and a wink. The Montaigne, they are all about ostentatiousness and panache. They do not care. The prince doesn't care, at least, that he knows sorcery. He is very open about it. He thinks it makes him very powerful. It makes him the chosen one, right? So these three are definitely part of a polycule. I mean, sure, I go for that. They're French, right? But it's kind of hard for the church to kind of step in and be like, my lord, I think that we should execute these witches when he himself is one. He can just create a portal underneath the bishop and send him straight to hell. So, I mean, what are you going to do about that? So it's all these little bits of intrigue that, once again, give this world a sense of being lived in before you even make a character. These places have intrigue and liveliness and lore that will ultimately come up when you're making a character for a world like this. If you're making a Montaigne, and let's say you make a courtesan, right? You want to build your ranks in the noble halls of the Montaigne, but suddenly your house is destroyed and a new king is crowned at this time. Well, now you have to decide, I want to be a courtesan. Am I still going to build up in the ranks and try and like get on the good side of this new king who essentially I'm starting from scratch? Or do I want to pick up a new trade? Do I become a sword fighter? Do I learn new skills? Do I just get out of here because of the turmoil? Now, all the decisions that are kind of left to characters in something like D&D are kind of being given to you like verbatim, and you just make choices in there. Think of it as like a choose your own adventure story, as opposed to in Dungeons and Dragons where you make a character and then fill out a character sheet and maybe a character background based on, you know, their noble house that they would have come from, or maybe a city that you're there that everyone's familiar with, something like that, right? Honk. I'm a big brain slime. You must listen to me. I have all the knowledge that you could ever ask for, and I'm going to get anyway. That was silly. Okay, so he's basically the God Emperor of Warhammer 40k. Like, the only reason he's not branded as evil is because he's using his evil powers to protect his people. Sure, let's use the word protect. Why not? Lest we forget, all nobility in this world is just as it would be in ours, right? Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So protect his people is, I don't even know if the people of Montaigne believe it. But they believe he's something else. Honestly, if I were from Montaigne, the way that I would look at it is this. I would be leaning back in my chair, drinking a cup of tea, watching the Prince of Montaigne and the Vatican Church kind of fist fight over who's the best boy, who's been chosen by God, and just kind of let them hash it out, right? That's none of my business. What's going on here? This is not what I wanted. This is what I want. Anyway. Oh, Lurk. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the nice burp. I'm glad you liked it. Plenty more where that came from, friend. You mean the corpse sitting on a throne of lies? Let's talk about a corpse sitting on the throne of lies for a minute. How would you feel, right, if sorcery of a certain nation was necromancy? Welcome to the Vestin lands. So we're talking Norse mythology. If you want to make a Viking or somebody from, like I said, the golden age of kind of the more Scandinavian nations, congratulations. There's a character and a place for you. Now, I am not wholly familiar with the Vendel Vestins, but what I will tell you is, from what I understand, and I'm going to have to reread this to be sure, and we'll do that in a second, I believe that their magic is one of those things where they have to take a thing, for example, grave dust, wipe it on their tongue, and then they can speak to the dead. Just as an example, you know what I'm saying? Or something like that, right? Droger are all things that you can control, summon, and create when you have the sorcery of the Vestin, right? And again, I'm not super familiar with them. Because most of the people that I have seen or played with, when it comes to 7th Sea, they choose from like the big 5, right? They choose Montaigne, they choose Castile, they choose Vodacci. So, yeah. Oh god, not Droger again. That's correct. So if you're really into Skyrim, this is going to be the place for you. If you want to make your Dragonborn, congratulations, you can. 3 words, Fusroda. Exactly. 200 years ago, the island of something I can't read because it's old font was... Oh god, why is this so hard to read? Let's start again. 200 years ago, the islands of still can't read it were home to fierce warrior tribes wielding powerful rune sorcery and deadly steel. Their warriors struck terror into the hearts of Thea everywhere. All that has changed. Vendel, as it now calls itself, has broken from its past and forged a new future. Today, bankers and merchants rule the country, and swords and longboats have been replaced by guilders and trading ships. The streets are clean and modern, and people stand at the forefront of Thayan achievement. This is so hard to read. From what was once a savage wild land, now stands the most economic power in the world. Okay? So that's kind of what we're looking for. And I think maybe this is the reason why a lot of people don't play Vestons. There's not a lot of turmoil anymore. The princes of Veston created the Commonwealth, which basically went, you know what? We don't really have nobility anymore. See ya. They kind of returned the power to the people. And because that turmoil and kind of intrigue isn't there, a lot of people kind of find that maybe boring or not enough intrigue to make a character. But that doesn't make this nation any less interesting. Again, kind of going back to like the runes and kind of like the mud men of ancient Scandinavia, those kind of Norse legends are very popular and very cool. We're talking Thor, we're talking Ragnarok, those kinds of things. That is a character that you can absolutely make. Or you can make just a cheeky little merchant guy, just a silly little guy with a scale who is really good at counting money. You can make that too. That's really up to you. So what we're looking at here is our Commonwealth Prince, who is one of the quote-unquote leaders of Vendel. And then we have the Veston over here, who is pretty much just a Viking, right? A Fallout reference. Sure. Commonwealth probably actually comes from, ancient Scandinavian, I wouldn't say ancient, older Scandinavian nations have put in place. But sure, yeah, I think it was a Fallout thing too. So those are really the nations in a nutshell. I don't think I've missed anything as far as them. What I'd like to do next is I kind of want to talk about how the system works and make a character with you guys, just to kind of inspire you to maybe try out a system like this. All of these books are on sale, by the way, at chaosinium.com, it looks like, 7th first edition. And you're going to want to look for this fucking sick as hell cover art. Oh my god, look at her. Listen, I'm not a pirate, but I'm in love with this ship. Like, this cover art makes me get it. This makes me long for the seas. This shit makes me feel like stepping on the old gangplank and eating pickles and hardtack. For real, look at this. Are you kidding me? Huh? They didn't have to go this hard. Look at this action. It just makes you want to jump in the water and sail to one of these ships and man the crew and get into the crow's nest. Yeah, it's just so sick. When I saw this as a kid, I was like, I gotta know what this is all about. Remember the feeling that you had when you were a kid when you would like look at books and like their cover art or their pictures just made you want to read it? I just don't feel like books or ebooks have that draw anymore. It's very dry, and this was all about adventure and making you kind of have a sense of whimsy and fantasy and immerse yourself into a world that has been created for you to play in, you know? Man, between this and the hardtack discussion in the server, I want to make some more hardtack. I gotta buy some flour on the way home. You should do that. It's always fun to use your hands on hobbies that you really enjoy. Feels very fulfilling, I think. Just absolutely stunning vibes. So let's talk about it. I think it makes sense that I would be from Avalon, right? Okay. So I'm going to make an Avalonian. Where is my character sheet? Not you, Montaigne. We get it. We get it. You're gay. Oh yeah, and court intrigue, if you're a big fan of like the Tudors or Pride and Prejudice, you know, the kind of like court intrigue type style shows, you're still gonna love 7th Sea because this system is padded out, not just for combat and swashbucklery and sorcery, but for diplomacy and chit-chatting and stuff as well. There's also a really hefty reputation system, and that reputation system plays a big part in how social encounters are going to work for you, if at all. Part of that is Amazon's fault. People rarely peruse through bookstores now. It's all online. Absolutely. Peruse is the wrong word. Autocorrect frog me. I knew what you meant. I know what you meant. Toilet just collected 5 more bags. Shut the frog up. Are you serious? Hold on a minute. We gotta look. Where is it? Where is it? Where are the Koyu kids? Koyu kids, what you got going on, baby? All right, part 2 done for the day. Oh my fucking god. You guys, look! Look! You guys gotta see the shit. I know he's such a goat. What did I tell you, Ken? How people are coming through. Come through, toilet. Woo! That's our second one, isn't it? So we've already made our 2 field posts, haven't we? Our field goals, whatever you want to call them. The thingy, right? I have a question. Yeah, hit me. Not physically, but, you know, in the ears. Okay, how come I can't show off what's on my screen? What is happening? There we go. Look at that! That area that he showed off, he cleaned it all up, you guys! Oh my god, you gotta be frogging kidding me. Is this like an egg carton? Keto, look! They're cleaning up this world! Look, Keto! Aren't you so happy? I'm so happy! Me too! Me too! Ah! V-hat too! I'm so happy. This is crazy. Look at how beautiful and green and sunny it is outside. Hell yeah, brother. That's the way. This is the froggin' way. What's your question, Sparrow? We're gonna turn on more fit-in music, ain't we? We got to do it, babes. Trying to set my little bit more fit-in, I feel. Where is my music? Porfa, please. There you are. We're just gonna fast forward through this one. There we go. A lot of the source books you showed us are cultures that seemed quite involved in that stuff that happens on land. Politics and families and stuff. With 7th looking like a pirate's sailing kind of game, how often would a party be landlocked and getting involved in content crossing plots? Oh, all the time. Of course, I should prioritize saying it is up to the storyteller of this world and what kind of story they are trying to tell. This is just the law of the land, but the whole point is to create a colorful backstory that you ultimately are trying to get away from, right? Maybe you're a Vodachi and you have sorcery. In Vodachi and you have sorcery, you're a woman, right? Gender politics is still a very real thing in this world. So women don't have the same rights, essentially, as men. There's a whole underground society, specifically in Vodachi, called the Sisters of Sophia, who aim to, in hushed murmurs and closed circles, gradually start influencing the law so that women have more rights. Now, it's pretty cool to have fate magic, but if you're being utilized as a tool and being traded and sold off by the men in your life, you probably want to get out of Vodachi. Montaigne, I mean, we all know what happened with the French in the Golden Era. It was nuts. People were getting beheaded left and right. There was famine, poverty. It's not all glitz and glamour. You want to escape that. But now, if we're talking the politics of the seas, do they have their own kind of lore? Absolutely. There are pirate lords, there are different factions that you can kind of get into, and we'll explore that as well. You can also create your own. This book is kind of an open map as to, like, hey, if you don't want to use, like, the pirate lords, for example, as, like, a pattern for your world, you want to kind of create your own pirates guild or, like, your... born on the sea kind of salty dogs faction, you can do that. Just like any other TTRPG, there's a fair amount of customization allowed. What's up, Slash? Welcome. Good to see you, friend. Good to see you. It's been a minute. So, it's kind of fun. I keep going to Robin Goodfellow. One of the things that I want to discuss is that fairy tale characters, kind of more modern fairy tale creatures, for example, Zorro or Robin Hood, those are all real people who existed in this world. Robin Goodfellow is this world's version of Robin Hood. He is Avalonian and one of the legendary figures of Avalon, and he's a source of glamour magic. We'll talk about glamour magic as I'm making my character, but he's an important figure. These are people that existed, right? This is peak content? You think so? Do you guys like this? Me kind of talking about the lore of the world and like, is this cool? You guys think this is fun? I wasn't expecting this to take off. I just really care about this stuff. Edutainment, okay, see, this is what I want to do. This is me being a lore bard for real. So yeah. Oh, and here's the cool part, right? If you want to do things like archaeology, you can do that. There's a whole system built in for you to be a little archaeologist and discover the histories and natural things of the world. Imagine if you're an archaeologist working in Eisen and you find frog and dragon bones. You're going to have everybody chasing you trying to get that because those bones are valuable, not just in Eisen either. The prince that we were talking about, the guy who knows sorcery and is like kind of fighting with the Vatican Church to like control all of Montaigne, he has something called a puzzle sword. And I believe, if I'm correct, that thing is made of dragon bone. You know what I'm saying? Around the fire listening to your tales. Oop, dog moment. Hey, it's okay. I've got a tail too, I understand. Mine is currently made of slime, but, you know, when I'm a real girl, and Uhara Koyuki is going to make sure I become a real girl, you know, you'll be able to maybe see that someday. Imagine doing a tabletop game around the campfire. That's the dream. That's the dream for me. So yeah, there's all kinds of systems in place for you to make a colorful character, even if you just want to make something as simple as an explorer, an archaeologist. All kinds of ways of creating intrigue in this living, breathing world that I find so fascinating and colorful. And to be honest with you, I haven't seen anything like this since. I really adore it, and I've had so few opportunities to kind of play in this universe. The temptation to jump in and start a campaign or just do a one-shot in this universe is very, very strong. Hey, Dee Dee's here! So anybody who doesn't know, Dee Dee is the TTRPG master. I am but a humble adept and hobbyist. Dee Dee actually does this shit for a living, so welcome. You missed a huge chunk of it. We're talking 7th Sea and making characters in this unique and awesome world/tabletop system. It basically, TLDR, take all of the golden ages of like Central and Western Europe and throw them into a world together with pirates, and that's what we're looking at. It's pretty fun and really cool. Impeccable taste, as to be expected from Esme. Oh, you're gonna really love this. You're gonna really love this. Dee Dee, look at the art. Look at the cover art. This is early 2000s, 1999 type cover art, and like art splashes inside the book. Oh my God, can you imagine what these pages smell like? Do you know what I'm saying? Look at, this is Avalon's like cover, like hardcover book, right? Look at this, man. I want to frog him. God, you just don't get it anymore. So that's Avalon. I'm gonna go through these again. This is Spain. You have fucking Zorro, the prince, who kind of looks like Leonardo DiCaprio, but Spanish. What the frog? Does he not? Yeah, Eisen, Land of Dragon Bones. It's just so sick.
He's got a lil, whatever the old-timey guitar is called. A lute.
Yes, I have a lute. Yes, because today I'm playing the part of the lore bard. I'm setting the scene and telling you guys a great story. Thank you so much for the sub. I know the TTS is finally frogging working again. Who frogging knew about it? Now, where was I? Oh yeah, we were gonna create a character together and start talking a little bit about the meat and potatoes of the system. So you're interested about this game, right? You find all these countries and the intrigue amazing. The storytelling is peak. You might even have an idea for a character. But how the heck am I supposed to play it, Esme? Well, now what? Well, I have great news for you. We're gonna make a character together. We're gonna do it right now. We're gonna do it right now. Where is it? Here it is! Weird clap, weird clap! Is this redeem actually gonna work? Love that. It did not. It did not. Make me first. I'm full of panache. The most 90s character sheet ever. That's what I'm saying, is it not? Look at the font on this bitch, huh? Look at the font on this bitch. Unbelievable vibes. I don't think I can actually type. No, I can't. Oh, shit. What just happened? Okay, anyway. I can't type on this bitch, so I'm gonna have to find a way to do this, and I think the best way is maybe perchance can I just copy this somehow? I think what I'll do is I'll just like do a separate piece of paper and write it, since I mean normally in a classic game, chat, what you would do is you'd print this shit out and you would write on it, right? And you'd use your little eraser when you messed up. But yeah, the 2001 was not prepared for these times, right? I'm gonna use a notepad. Why not? Notepad. Little eraser. Jiffy just added 5 bags. Shut the fuck up. We're at 36. So Dee Dee, in case you weren't aware, I am doing what's called an Envirothon. The Envirothon is something that myself and another creator have been doing for the last week, and we're going to be doing for another week, where we are encouraging our communities to pick up bags of trash around their neighborhoods and take a picture of those bags, no matter how big or small. Oh my god, my facial wreck. And post them to our Discord. It's just encouraging people to do active good in their communities, and so far it looks like out of 100 bags we've collected, we are at 41. Jiffy trying to reclaim the throne. Oh no, I knew it. I can't believe it. We're almost at 50% of our 100 bags goal, you guys. Big pogs. I'm so proud of you, chat. 41. That's fantastic. But yeah, it's free to get involved. You don't have to donate. All we ask is that you get a reusable bag of some kind that can be used to either recycle or reuse, and collect trash that you see just anywhere. It could just be outside the flat. Even if it's just a handful of cigarette butts, it counts. And we've done a lot of good, I think. Time to write a one-page game about picking up trash. Actually, Dee Dee's probably aware of this. I've talked a lot about doing a like cleaning up Scotland style stream idea. So this is right on brand for me. This is something that I've wanted to do for a long time. And having another creator who kind of mirrors and shares those interests and desires and drives to do good in the world is incredibly gratifying. Thank you again so much, everyone. I'm just gonna take we're gonna take a small break, and we're gonna take a peek. If Toilet thinks that he can usurp Jiffy, he's got another thing coming. He's got another thing coming. Look at this. Look at this Jiff man. Hold on. All right, so we got a few bags here, chat. Check this shit out. Look at that. Goodness gracious. Bags on bags and bags of trash. I'd have more, but I need to rehydrate. Jiffy, take it easy. Leave some glory for the rest of us. He's collecting bags like he's collecting heads. This man's a killer. all this? It's hotter than Satan's nutsack outside. Please take it easy. All right, just don't overdo it. No, go harder. Rehydrate from the trash chutes. Be gentle with them, Dee Dee. They know not what you say. Woo! Look at all the Americans coming in and doing the cleanup Scotland. Har, 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 har. You stinker. Is there anything else I missed? I didn't even check it yet. Well, now you don't have to. You're welcome. Anyways, chat, let's start building, shall we? If we can get 9 more bags by the end of the day, we'll have achieved 3 tiers in a sink. That would be so crazy. I'll tell you what, anything that we don't get, I will get by the end of the night. Anything we don't get, I will get. Okay? Now, what were we talking about? Let's make a character, yeah? So, we have our traits here, and those are basically what you roll on, okay? So, we'll look into what actually we will use and to fill these traits out. But essentially, this is like your strength, dexterity, intelligence, constitution, and charisma. That's what these stats are, right? And these numbers, pretty simple. The dots are how many dice you roll of that thing. So we as a bard, let's assume that we have high panache, for example. We have a 4 in panache, okay? And we want to do a social encounter. We would roll this number of dice. Okay? Does that make sense? It's pretty easy peasy. It goes a little bit more in detail, but that's essentially the very, very big overview of it. So let's start from the beginning. Our name is going to be Esme Silverthorn. Okay. Player, Esme Silverthorn. Nationality, Avalon. Obviously. Arcana. Okay. Let's talk about Arcana for a minute. This is something we haven't gone into. We're not going to do broad strokes because this is important. Let's talk about Arcana. Okay? Blah, 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 blah. We'll get into this in a minute. Oh my god, I can't wait till we talk about raises! Ah! So, okay. Okay, so we're going to talk about... I'm just going to briefly, tag it just so you guys can get hype about it. So raises essentially are there is a mini game inside of this TTRPG that says, if you're really sure that you can hit the DC, which is called TN in this game, you can make it harder for yourself by adding a +5 to the difficulty in order to achieve additional effects. For example, right? If a basic DC called, again, TN in this world, if the basic roll is a 15, right? And my panache is very high, right? I'm rolling 7 dice and I get to keep 5 of them, right? Again, we'll talk about keep in a minute. I get I get, let's say, a 20. I can choose to, I ask the DM for a raise. Can I have a raise on this, right? Because I know I'm going to overshoot this 15 DC. Because my normal roll with my charisma is going to be a 20, right? And I say, can I ask for a raise so that I can not only disarm this guy, but also push him out the window, right? The DM will probably laugh and say, sure. I add a +5 to my difficulty roll and I roll it. And if I succeed, that additional effect takes off, right? So for those roguish types who kind of like to play the odds and are pretty confident or even just want to be a little bit more daring, this game about being roguish and daring encourages you to be roguish and daring by taking extra chances on rolls. Do you want to grab the hand of the princess, or do you want to do a final stab into the enemy that you've been chasing the entire game? You can take an extra chance to see if maybe you can do both, right? Or I don't know, there's just so many possibilities. I've never seen a system do anything since this like this, and it's just frogging sick. Heading back out, bail for now. Okay. All right, Jiffy, please be careful out there. It's like doubling down in blackjack, 100%. I love seeing you yap about your interests. I'm so glad. See, okay. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Then I can do more like this and people will like it. Nationality, Esme Silverthorn. Arcana, Esme Silverthorn. Stop it! Stop it! Oh, dramatic wounds. See, this game is like, it's so good. It's so good. So, we're gonna follow, let's just follow this from the start, right? Feel free to build your character along with me if you want. And ask any questions that you have, and I'll try and help you make a character if that's what you want. So, all characters are created from a base of 100 hero points. These points are used to purchase things like traits, advantages, skills, knacks, backgrounds, and arcana. Cool. I'm sure that they'll explain this shit later. So what we need to know is that we have 100 points. Esme Silverthorn has 100 points. I'm going to write that next to my name. HP. Okay. I'm going to share this screen as well. There. Check it out. So, we have 100 points. Characters must originate from one home nationality chosen from the following: Avalon, akin to England, Ireland, and Scotland. Scotland forever! Okay, and then Eisen, Germany, Poland, Castile. I mean, we don't need to read this. We already know. So, Esme Silverthorn, Avalon. Oh, Russia and Mongolia is Usura? Really? I didn't know it was Mongolia. Because I thought they had... That's pretty sick. This is the first edition. We're covering the first edition first. Excuse me. So, characters who choose to be from the independent pirate nations must still choose a country of origin from those above. The character's country of origin will affect the HP, which is our hero points, if you remember correctly, from the cost of skills knacks. So, for example, as we mentioned at the beginning of the stream, if you want to be an Avalonian who knows a Spanish fencing style, you can do that. Of course, you have to have a story reason for it and kind of explain how the hell you learned that. But it's possible, but it's going to cost you more. Think of it kind of like almost multi-classing in a way, where if you want to take a skill from a rogue and you're a monk, you can. You're both just as dexterous as the other. It's just going to be a different learning curve, so it's going to be more difficult for you to learn doing things the way that a rogue would do them, right? But if you decide instead that you want to take an Avalonian sword style or combat art, because Avalonians don't just use swords, it's cheaper for you because you can find any teacher anywhere around who knows how to swing a claymore. It's much easier, right? HP not meaning health would trip me up. You get used to it. And as far as I know, this is the only point in time where you use it. I'm pretty sure in the base game, we just use HP and health interchangeably once you're actually playing. This is just for the purposes of creating a character, right? So, and here's another reason why choosing a country of origin is very important. Because when you meet the people of this world, they will judge you based on your country of origin. Avalonians will probably have more of a problem with the Montaigne for being poofs and nonces. And Montaignes will probably think that, you know, the people of Eisen are more barbaric and etc., right? People probably think the Vodacci are grasping and, you know, sneaky. So... And also, language is a big thing in this game, as you can imagine, as well. Our big hammers or weapon style we can use. We're going to figure that out together, shall we? Okay, so check the dual nationality advantage. Okay, we'll get into advantages later. So if you want to have dual nationality, apparently that's a thing. All right, first step, sorcerer. Do we know magic? I would say Esme Silverthorn does know magic. Yes, that makes sense for me. Decide if your hero knows sorcery. The HP cost depends on how strong your blood is. Just like a sorcerer in D&D, you're a magical creature. Your sorceress blood is where you draw the magic from, right? Makes sense. That's something I think most of us are pretty used to. in fantasy and storytelling. Full-blooded or twice-blooded sorcery costs 40 HP. Okay. I think that I probably want to be maybe half-blooded, so let's call it 20 HP, which is that next part. So 100 minus 20, so we're gonna do that's 80. Where is it? Glamour. And I'm gonna do, what is it called? Half-blooded. Okay. I'm a jack of all trades. I don't want to be a full-fledged sorcerer. And I also want to be skilled in other things. So I'm gonna keep those HP points, those hero points, to get more skills. So instead of using 40 points, which is almost half of our pool to create this character, I'm gonna use a lot less. I'm gonna use 20. Okay, so I can do it, but it's just not something that is very common for me to use. Like, I'm not an expert, right? Makes sense. I'm a bard. I can do a little bit of everything, right? Okay. Read the notes at the top of the sorcery section of this compendium carefully. Also, check out the parlor trick advantage. Okay, we're definitely looking into parlor trick because parlor tricks are absolutely something that I myself am interested in. So we're gonna go parlor trick. I'm gonna write that down. Reminder. Let me put this back on the screen. Reminder for later. Super duper. Parlor trick. That sounds fun. No? Being a little parlor trick bard? What? I want that to be me. All right. Step 2, swordsman. As you can imagine, fighting in combat is kind of important in a world about swashbuckling, right? Anybody seen Sinbad or Zorro or any of the kind of like Sinbad style swashbucklery style things? That's kind of what you can expect from stories and storytelling of this caliber. So as you can imagine, swordsman skills are probably very important. The orphans in this dock were killing me. Wait, orphans? What do you mean? Orphans in this dock. Explain. Decide if your hero has attended a swordsman's school. Training in a school from the character's country of origin costs 25 HP. Okay, so if we want to be a swords person from an oh my god, why did that happen? Oh my god. From an Avalonian swordsman school, if we want to learn those skills, we can, but it's going to cost us 25, right? From a foreign school is 35. That's a lot more. Mutzi Mutz! He's here, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get a round of applause and a hearty howdy for the Mutzi Mutz? Hi, Mutzi. How are you doing, Mutzi Mutz? See, like the end of the sorcerer section doesn't, it just says advantage. Hold on, I want to see. Sorcerer section says it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 100%. I understand now. I just changed the music just. Oh, no, this is perfect. This is what I want to hear. Perfect. My cat's here. You might hear meowing. All right. Hi, Petey. You think this is about you? Oh, Petey. Can I get an oh, Petey in chat? Hi, Petey. Did you guys hear that? What was it, Petey? What was it, Petey? You want to say anything, Petey? Say anything. Oh, Petey. You can't attack that. That's the microphone's Petey. You want to grip the mic? You got big things to say. Well, say it, Petey. She's done with me. She's had it. She's overstimulated already. All right. Oh, Petey. Now. Okay, where was I? Swordsman school. So I am thinking, actually, I may not use an Avalonian sword technique. My favorite weapon is a whip, and I don't believe Avalonians utilize that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save this for later, and I'm going to write down the weapons that I like, right? Archery is a big one. Everyone's heard of the English longbowsman, I assume, right? That's a big deal. And not to mention, Robin Goodfellow, who is this world's Robin Hood, is one of the legendary characters of Avalon that my character could summon using her sorceress glamour, essentially. And we'll talk more about what my glamour is going to do being from Avalon in a bit. Okay? Cool. So I'm going to put down archery, and then I'm going to do whip. What other weapons do I like? I like knives. So throwing knives. I'm not a big swords lady, right? So I'm just going to kind of leave that open. So we're going to reserve the HP required for each of these skills as we come by them. Let's see. Our country of origin is going to cost 25. Okay. Whip is probably going to be Castilian, I imagine. And that'll be 35 points. Knives and throwing knives. God, that might be Vodachi. It's definitely not Castilian or Avalonian. So we're going to put another 35 here. So potentially these are like what each of my swords schools would be costing. My character is going to be trained in combat. But these are the weapons that she would use. I think she needs fed. She was trying to bite my feet. Oh, shit. There's food in there. Oh, Petey. There's food in there. You little fatso. Goodness gracious. There's food. Do they have water? They have water as well. I don't know. HP is just using character creation and then all spent at the end of it. Yes. Yes. To my knowledge, that is true. Now, it's been ages since I've made a character, so I might be proven wrong, but we're going to find out together. Okay? So, here's what I've done. Esme Silverthorn. There's my HP. So, that's my current HP right here. 100 HP, 20 spent on sorcery, which puts me at 80. I just kind of like making notes about how many points I have and like what I've spent on what. So when I look at my numbers at the end, I'm not like, wait, how did I get down to 80? What happened? You know? Put it again here just in case I still do it. I don't know. Kind of a dope. You know? Alrighty. So we have the swordsman schools. Right? Let's talk about traits. All traits start at rank 1. What are our traits? Are our traits on here? Traits. Where are you? There we go. So these are our traits. So all of these automatically have 1. So you will never have a trait that is less than 1, right? Which means you're always going to roll at least 1 dice if you roll brawn, blah, 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 right? So let's write that down somewhere. I'm going to put it up here. Okay? So brawn. Oopsie. My facial tracking went bye-bye. Okay, we're going to do brawn 1. Fitness. Fitness dick in your mouth. Oh. 1. Wits 1. Resolve 1. Panache 1. Oh shit. 1. Right? There you go. So 1 in each. That's how it starts. Chat. Oops. Oh. I just need a minute. It's gonna be us soon, chat. That's me, and then this is you guys. You guys are rolling the ball. I'm not gonna do that shit. Okay. All traits start at rank 1. It costs 8 HP to raise a trait by 1 rank. Beginning hero traits have a maximum rank of 3. What that means is our traits, which again is brawn, fitness, wits, resolve, whatever, the highest number that we can get is 3 on any of these, okay? See the section on traits following their modifiers based on the character's country of origin. Ooh, okay. So based on the fact that we're from Avalon, one of these traits that we get gets an automatic increase. Let's see if that's on here somewhere. I think it is. Yeah, here it is. See, look, we're Avalonian, so we get an extra resolve. How nice. So we automatically start with a resolve of 2. And if you're making any of these other characters, here's kind of like the stat block. So Avalon is +1 resolve. Castile is finesse. That makes sense. Eisen, brawn. Montaigne is panache. I mean, obviously, right? Panache is just Montaigne up and down. Usura is resolve. That also makes sense. Avalon and Usura kind of do like that handshake. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to like hardships. Because they're both kind of facing forces of nature to wrestle control over their own humanity and nation, but also like they are no stranger to just like general like natural hardships and the hardships of the crown. That's for sure. That makes sense. Vendel is just +1 to any trait. It's kind of useful, but again, I don't see a lot of Vendels or Vestins played really that often, which is such a shame. And then you have the Vadachi who are +1 wits, which obviously, since they're very like sly, that makes sense, right? So we start with a resolve of 2 and everything else in 1. That's where we're going to start. We can do a maximum of 3 in all our stats. Now I know what you're thinking, min-maxers. Well, why wouldn't I just spend 8 points per and just get everything to 3? You can, but hear me out. It is less valuable for you to do that than it is to add points in your skills and other advantages and stuff later. So we're going to try and keep it pretty low keel. We're not going to try maxing out all of these stats here right off the jump. It's just not really going to do us any good. So I think I'm a bard, right? So I want my panache to be high. I think I want to max out my panache by having it 3. So we want to do put panache to 3, and that's 8 plus 8, so 16. And then 80 minus 16 is 70 something. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 70, 74? 74? I counted on my fingers. Don't at me. Is it 74? Can I get GMs and chats out? Please, somebody do that math. What is that? What's 80 minus 16? I'm pretty. Don't make me do this. There's got to be someone in chat who can do math, surely. I need to become a TTRPG designer to do math for free. Frog you! I'm your friend! All right, I'll do a calculator. Don't at me! Do not at me! 80 minus 16? 64! Wait, was I right? 64. Cool. Thanks, Kato! So, we brought our panache to 3, right? Resolve is 2, wits 1, fitness 1, brawn 1. Not great. Kato is very smart and is going to be re-debuting and kind of, re-debuting as a druid, which is pretty exciting. She's my mama too. My mama too. Right. What else do I want? I feel like having decent fitness is going to be pretty handy. So let's bring fitness to 2. Fitness 2. You know what? Let's do fitness and brawn. For 16 points. Brings to what is that? 60. Wait. Who's fighting? Wait, why did I say 60? 64. Oh my god, I can't math even when I'm told the math. I'm so dumb. All right, so 64 minus 16. Okay. That is 50... 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54? No. Wait, no. 54 is minus 10, right? 64 minus 10 is 54. And then minus 16 is... Wait, okay, no. See? Okay. How embarrassing. I can't do basic math! I can, but it's just I'm live and I just get very nervous. I don't know, baby. I'm too pretty. I'm too pretty. Don't make me do this. Okay. Yeah. So 64 minus 10 is 54. So that leaves extra 6 points. So 47? 48. See, this is what I'm talking about. Wait, it's 48? It's not 47 yet? Quick maths, vibes. Quick maths. Listen, my panache is a 5, all right? My wits is a 1. Leave me alone. Maybe I should leave wits at a 1. No. I have basic intelligence, all right? A basic intelligence. There we go. 48. No, not... Oh, yeah, 16. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. All right, next. So we have our points at 48. We have our traits. Chat. Awesome. Since your trait rank determines the number of dice you keep when making rolls, it pays to have at least rank 2 in each trait. There you go. That's what we did, right? This also means that the hero starts play with 2 drama dice, which is extremely useful. We'll get into that in a minute. The optimal hero should have at least 2 traits at rank 3. However, this requires spending 48. You may think to carefully to consider it. I'm not going to do that. I am okay being a little bit weaker and having additional skills because I'm a bard. I should not, in most cases, be at the front of things like combat. I have a 3 in the stat that matters to me, and that is panache, which is what I would use to convince someone, right? All right, let's talk about our destiny spread for a minute. That was this part that we got separated on earlier. This Arcana shit, right? Let's talk about Arcana for just a hot second. Anything higher than 10 minus is not basic. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, chat. Ugh. Gotta take my socks off. My feet are sweating. I got sweaty girl slime feet. I start fires and Keto makes a new garden. Exactly. We all have our roles. I tell jokes while everybody else does all the hard work. All right. Let's talk about it. 4th step is determine the destiny spread for the character. This is based on the character's country of origin and may provide the hero with some additional benefits or the opposite. Are you a curse type character? What is your, this is essentially a tarot reading. Your character, when they're born, they get a tarot reading, and things like curses and blessings and just like the thread of destiny is predetermined in this world. So this is actually a really important and also really fucking cool part of character creation. You know what I mean? Characters that are from the pirate nations may choose to determine their destiny spread from either their country or their pirate nations, or both. Okie dokie. At this stage, the arcana available to the character will also be determined. The player does not decide to do anything with them at this stage, however. Okay, let's look into that. The arcana is available to a character determined as part of their destiny spread. These are the only 2 arcana available to the hero. Whether he chooses to take one of them or not is up to the player. Arcana provide your hero with a fundamental personality trait that can either help or hinder him. Arcana either costs 10 HP for proper or positive arcana, or give you 10 HP for negative arcana. So if you get a blessing, it's going to cost you. If you get cursed, you get HP back, which is kind of killer. right? You see that kind of stuff in games like Vampire the Masquerade. When you take something that's negative for your character, like Scarred Visage gives you like negatives to talking to other characters, it gives you extra points to spend elsewhere, which I always thought was a really cool little thing, you know, just a little treat for being ugly and weird. I like it. Let's see. Where are you? Gimme. Where are you, vibes? God, my fucking facial recognition. It's so sunny here. And I'm grateful. Right? But my facial recognition is not as grateful as I am. Also you can play a she. So you can basically play a fair folk. But that's tough. Because you're not human and you're not fae. So you're kind of stuck in between, and they're really powerful and really weird and dodgy. So a lot of people don't really allow for it. We'll get into families in a second. Here we go. The people and heroes of Avalon use the suits of cups and staves. Cups because Avalon is a land of deep and passionate myth, and staves because its people hold fast to the ties between family and liege lord. So we're Avalonian. We're going to use the spread here. Okay. Now it doesn't say that this is randomly decided. This is something for us to choose. So I love flaws in games. Though flaws aren't balanced, you end up being a weird situation where everyone has the same flaws. What do you mean you're all afraid of heights? Yeah. Exactly. So what we're gonna do is we're going to pick one that feels very Esme Silverthorn. Okay. We picked two. The past. These cards reveal the events that brought the hero to his present position in the skein. Avalon in the past very much lives on in the present, and doing these will certainly affect the hero's future. I'm playing from the beginning again. Right. Oops. Okay. The One of Cups. Once, when playing in the woods near your home as a youth, you met a young girl who became your playmate. You never knew her family or where she lived, but she always found you when you left your home. As you grew up, the two of you fell in love and became lovers. That's when she told you her secret. She is a Seelie, and every day you remain lovers, you risk the wrath of the Queen of the She. You receive a 3-point She lover background for free. Oof. That's tempting. That's a very Esme Silverthorn thing. Falling in love with someone that is actually like a mythical beast, right? That's very bardic at the end of the day. Fairies are scarier than dragons. There, I said it. Just because of their chaotic nature, you just never really know. The Two of Cups. Since before you were born, your parents swore that you would be married to the child of their close friends. As you grew to know her, you fell in love. It was to be a memorable event. Even the goodly folk gave their blessing to this beautiful union. Unfortunately, a beautiful and Seelie swept through your lives, stealing her love away. Oh, you get something called a lost love background. Interesting. In your veins runs the blood of the She. Unfortunately, your family fell out of favor with them sometime before you were born. You receive a 2-point She blood penalty advantage, but you may only choose a curse. You do not receive any extra points for the curse? That sounds awful. Okay. In your youth, you learned all about the She and how to appease them, but your quick mind and sharp wit also attracted the attention of a traveling priest who tried to teach you all the glories of Theus and offered you a chance at the priesthood. Your soul has become a battleground between the church and the old ways. You may choose either your She blood or the ordained advantage. Ooh. Once you commit to one side, the other will hold you in eternal scorn. I love her. It might be her, to be honest, but we'll see. We'll keep going, chat. There's a lot of options here. The Five of Cups. Once you had a brother and 2 sisters who helped fill your house with laughter. Then they vanished in the night. Friends and neighbors whispered that they were stolen away by the Unseelie. Your parents were devastated, but rallied around the remaining child, you. Ooh. That's also a good one. That's also a good one. Where you grew up, there was a girl who was just a little bit off. She had visions and fits, frightening all the other children. The grown-up said she was touched by the she, but you don't care. To you, she was the best friend in the world. You still see her sometimes in your dreams. Is this Keto? Keto, are you a fae? Keto's a fae, right? You're a fae? Technically? You have visions, right? I don't know. I was just imagining your like little bunny girl playing with the stick, and I'm like, oh, this is her. I'm not, I swear. We'll see about that, fam. You were taken by the she as a boy. Oh, I'm glad that they assumed my gender here. Oh, did you guys know that only boys play 7th? Anyway, see, I thought this was all lesbianism. I was like, okay, yeah, hell yeah, my girlfriend, my wife. And then it said as a boy, and I was like, oh, you just think I'm a boy because I like women. Got it. Love that. Moving on. Blah, 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 blah. You were taken by as a boy. To you, it was a timeless moment of whirling colors and flavors. More than 8 years passed in the mortal realm before you were discovered. Since then, mortal glamour has been nothing more than a pale shadow, a weak reflection of the glory your soul hungers for. You are less affected by mortal glamour. All nobles roll 1 fewer unkept die when trying to affect you. You also have a 3-point moment of awe background driving you. Oh, that sounds terrifying. Imagine, like, being taken by the Fae, right? And then you come back and the world is just a little bit duller. I imagine that would be so depressing, wouldn't it? Being reminded that you're related to these lackluster and unsaturated beings and that you can never return. That's depressing. I don't know if that's very me. 7th is one of the old books where it would use he, him pronouns for everything. So weird. Okay. While your family was fortunate for people of their station, somehow you were never satisfied. You turned your back on Avalon and left in search of a place where you could find a sense of belonging. You must pick another country that you call home. Though you hail from Avalon, you want nothing to do with it and purchase advantages in schools except for magic, as if you were from a country you now call home. Ooh. That one gives me chills because it's very personal to me. Those who know. Those who don't. I ran away from my home in order to seek a better place to live and a happier sense of being. Now, it wasn't Avalon. I'd be running to Avalon, not from. But that feels good. Then again, maybe I could be Castilian and want to be Avalonian. That doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. I'm not gonna do that. I'm Scottish, damn it. Okay. Yeah, I want nothing to do with it. See, I'm very proud of my heritage. I'm very proud of being Avalonian in this world. So I don't imagine that this works. So this is a really cool one. I really like. You got iron bore pouring through your veins. Hell yeah, baby. A rich uncle's thriving business let him shower his relatives with good fortune. He's responsible for your education and has seen fit to it that you have a good start in life. Unfortunately, the Vesten Manavjar, what does it say? Vesten Manavjar have marked him for death for trafficking with the Vendel. Don't be surprised if you wake up in a sack one day to be ransomed to your uncle. You start with an extra 500 guilders and 1 point hunted background. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Hey, Freeboo, what's up, baby? Okay, the 10 of Cups. Your youth was a fairy tale of perfect happiness, loving parents, adoring siblings, everything you could possibly want provided for you. You were shockingly naive about the intentions of others. Anyone trying to trick or misuse you receives 2 free raises. Now, you guys remember what the raises are, right? Essentially, when somebody chooses to get a raise, they get like a free advantage over you. So imagine, like, because of how gullible you are, the GM or any of the other players who are trying to like get you to do something, for example, they're able to just get 2 free raises, which means adding a +10 to the difficulty and getting like 2 free actions on you. That's fucking devastating. Especially imagine it's a social encounter and you're in the court of Montaigne, right? You have the French aristocracy breathing down your neck. Everybody's a stuffy ponce and everybody's got something snide to say about you, but you're just so like sweet and innocent that you don't see any of this coming, and you just get stabbed mentally and socially and completely just basically like unceremoniously disrobed in front of the entire Montaigne court. That's fucking crazy. Let's talk about staves for a minute. When you were a child, you became very ill. No conventional medicine would ease your pain, so your parents took you to see a druid. After an obscure ritual, you were cured. The druid took a special liking to you and has kept his watchful eye on you ever since. That's so sweet! That's really cool. I like that. You come from a very stubborn and headstrong family. Once you decide on a course of action, nothing short of death will change your mind. I mean, that's pretty that's pretty accurate. But we'll see. Your family has traditionally been very religious in nature, also very accurate. When you were young, they sent you away to learn about the church and its importance. As a result, you recently have been ordained by an Avalon church. Okay, no. Your family has been nobility since the beginning of Avalon history. You can trace your lineage back to one of the first kings of Avalon. You may take the noble advantage for only 5 points or for free if you purchase sorcery. I could be a princess! I'm not a princess. Well, I don't know. I might be. I've always wanted to be a princess, but then I learned about how unequal things are between princesses and the rest of us, and it's never been the same. What else we got? Let's keep going. You were pressed into service aboard a pirate vessel as a youngster. You soon proved yourself and became a trusted member of the crew. Unfortunately, your ship was later sunk, leaving you the sole survivor. Oof. Oofta, as they say in the Midwest. Hydrate here. We stand an anti-Marnicus. That's where I'm at, right? I want to be called princess, and I want to wear pretty dresses and dance at the ball, okay? I don't want to have control over people's bodies and lives. You know? Feck the mockery. The Six of Staves. You spent your early adult life as a soldier in the Queen Elaine's... Queen Elaine! Ellie, that's you! Your aptitude for leadership was noted, and you were soon given command of a unit. Interesting. When you were growing up, you cared little for the pomp and circumstance of Avalon life. You preferred just to have fun and do whatever you wanted to do. You enjoyed the freedom and excitement that street life had to offer. Fortunately, your actions have earned you a bad reputation. Interesting, interesting, interesting. You served in the Navy vessel in your youth. Oh, that's the whole descriptor. They really gave up there, didn't they? They ran out of time when they were writing this book. You know, they didn't have any time to add any flouncy words, you know? Hi, Amuse, you're here. How did I know 7th Sea would draw your eye? How much have you heard? Is like catnip. Not much. That's too bad. You're gonna have to watch the VOD because I go into it, right? Okay, we're making a character today. Here's what we got so far. Here's what we got so far. All right. You were very young when you were injured badly due to a careless mistake. Since your recovery, you have been extremely cautious in everything you do. Interesting. Or your father was an incessant gambler and ran up quite a debt to an influential swordsman who will stop at nothing to collect what is owed to him. With the recent death of your father, you have inherited his debts and the wrath of the swordsman. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So we have... It's very interesting. There are so I'm gonna read this part because I didn't read this part. There's so many options and it feels weird that they just like give them to you as opposed to like having you draw them, right? So let me read this and make sure I'm doing this right. To use the system properly, you need a tarot deck. Oh. Oh. Got it. All right. To perform this reading right after assigning traits of the nationality to your hero, but before assigning anything else, okay, work, separate out the major arcana, shuffle them. Okay, I have my tarot deck right here. I'm gonna do that. It's not Rider Waite, but it'll do. Yeah, I do. I have several. Well, I don't have several anymore. I don't think I have a Rider Waite. Okay, so separate. This game is so sick, no? Separate the major arcana. Okay, so I have, here's the sun, very fitting for this setting. High Priestess. Strength. The Chariot. Knight of Cups is fine. The Star is my favorite arcana. The Empress, or major arcana, I should say. Knight of Wands, not necessary. King of Swords, not necessary. There's some cups, there's some staves. The Wheel of Fortune is major arcana. The Hierophant is major arcana. Cat! Cups and staves. 1 to 10. Okay, work, bitch. See, so here's the thing. Amused is like the 7th C person for me. So I'm glad she's here because she can fix this for me. She can do all this shit for me. Queen of Cups. Do I take the Queen of Cups? I don't think so. Does it say? Look at origin. Okay, yeah, there it is. Shuffle the 2 relevant planet, the destiny spread, weakness, the major arcana. Okay. I don't need these. Shouldn't need these then. I don't need these special cards either. No. Okay. Don't mind me, chat. You're listening to organizing my tarot deck core. Welcome to Esme Lo-Fi, where it's me as a slime reorganizing and shuffling my tarot deck. So actually you can't play this game unless you have a tarot deck, you guys. Don't even try. Gatekeeping. That's what this is. Ace of Wands. Ace of Wands is just 1, right? So I should keep that, I imagine. Okay, got some more wands type shit. Okay, thank you, Amused. I appreciate you. See, this is why I keep you around. Aside from the fact that you're pretty and smart and I love you a lot. And a deep ooh, this one's major arcana. Deep feelings. Ooh. Some of these arts I haven't looked at in a minute because you don't always draw them, right? When you're doing your tarot. So it's kind of nice to look through and see what they're like, right? Pretty poggies, chat. Pretty goddamn poggies. Oh, by the way, Amused, guess what? My community and the community of Uhara Koyuki, a fellow creator and very, very good friend of mine, are combining communities to do good in the world. All of us have a goal of, together, collecting over 100 bags of trash in our neighborhoods and in our surroundings. And out of 100, we have collected almost 50 just in the last week. We've done a lot of good so far, and I'm very, very proud of us. Right? Isn't it so cool? And we're not doing it for donations or any special reason. We're not monetizing it at all. We just want to put some good in the world, you know?
Everybody feels a little helpless these days, and it's nice to put good news in the world sometimes. You know? More cups. More swords. Don't need you. We're almost done, chat, I swear. Justice. Cup. It's fun. It's like a Where's Waldo, but for your cups and for your stabs. Do you know what I mean, babes? But you know what I mean, babes? I think I got them all. Oh, just kidding. Here's another cup. And another wands. Swords. More cups. Oh god, they're falling. Please don't. Please don't do this. I'm just gonna put them all in one pile because I'm gonna have to mix them up anyways. What am I doing? Girl, stop. That's really great. Give some good energy and feel a bit like you... Yeah, exactly. Make the world better. It's like cleansing your feed with good shit, right? It's the first in many things. I'm going to be doing events like this at least once a quarter, just to like put some good in the world and make a difference for no other reason than for goodness sake, right? I think I got them all, chat. Oh boy, I hope I get one of the gay ones. I really do hope I get one of the gay ones though, for real. Wouldn't that be sick? Your wife was taken by the she. Shit. Not them. Uno momento. Just double checking. Queen of Wands, King of Cups. Don't need them. I need aces, though. Aces, aces. Nope, no aces there. How about you? How you looking over here, huh? No. 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 Perfect. No. Okay. Gucci, Gucci. 45 bags? Are you serious? Hi, Abby! Spoiler, they're all gay. In this story, you bet your ass they are, especially if they're from fucking Montaigne. We see those wigs, all right? Oh my god, Jiffy. All right, you know what we gotta do? We gotta look at these bags of trash. We gotta take a break from your current content, small commercial break, to look at things that our community has done. Jiffy has gone out into the hot sun and collected, oh my god. How many 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more bags? Today alone? Look at this shit. Look at this man. Wow! Look at these tin cans that have just been rusted over and forgotten over decades. And we're cleaning it up. Isn't that great? Jiffy, I'm so proud of you. Oh my god. I'm so happy. Thank you so much. Yeah, please take a little break, Jiff. You deserve it. For real. Thank you so much, Jiffy. Really well done. Can we get Cax in chat for Captain Jiff of the SS Merrill, please? I want to see Cax in chat big time for this man who's making all our dreams come true single-handedly. Gimme more. Give me more. Give me more. More Cax, please. Thank you. You deserve it, Jiff. You froggin' deserve it, man. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Could not possibly be happier. Right. Okay, so where do we leave off? Here is our major arcana. I'm gonna really quick shuffle that. How fun and cute is this little character creation, right? You use like tarot cards to like make a guy. What the heck? Huh? That's so cute and fun. I love that. Huh? Hell yeah. I can't believe we're almost at 100. You guys rock. Next year, 200, right, chat? Not me in last place for my own contest. We're gonna get tier 3. Whatever we don't get today, I'll get later tonight. I'll go out to the park and pick up more trash. Yeah, clean up Scotland in it. Okay, so that's the major arcana shuffled. Pardon. And now we're gonna mix up the cups and the staves. Am I right? Okay. I need to go back out tomorrow. I'll try before noon. Hey, just, yeah, take it easy. I really appreciate your effort and your care, Jeff. We're gonna do this. Yeah, no, don't go out that early. You should go out later. That's what I do. But also, I'm a night folk, right? Don't like going out during the day. I do it anyway because that nut deserves to see the day. But it's not my favorite, let me tell ya. All right, so that's both piles shuffled. 2 shuffled piles. Okay, now. Okay, how do we do this? What does it want? Okay, perform this reading right after. Separate the major arcana. Okay, done. Shuffle them and put them in one pile. Done. Next, pull out 2 of the suits that are most significant to your hero's country. That's Avalon, and that's staves and cups. Okay? Staves and cups. Okay. Leaving out the page, knight, queen, and king. Okay, done. Shuffle the 2 relevant suits together. Done. Lay out the destiny spread in a cross formation from bottom to middle, top. Okay, so we have to do a cross formation. Okay, so that's what we'll do. Okay, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. What are we gonna get, chat? Let's see. Hazel! Egg! 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 What's that seal? I want that seal redeem. What does it sound like? Hold on. Leg. I want to listen to that. Taking a small break. He's so wonderful. Guh. I like the part where he just screams. Ah! He's great. Egg! Egg! Fibsh! Ligic! Hi! Me, for real. Me, for real. Anyway. Fibsh. 100%. Okay. Okay, amused. So what this is saying is I take the not the major arcana, right? I take the cups and staves and make a cross with that, and then the major arcana comes later, because that's how it's written. Right? Next, lay out the destiny spread in a cross formation. From bottom, middle, and top. Okay, so I'm just gonna do that. Okay. We got some good shit happening here. Bottom, middle, and top. So top, middle, bottom. Okay. Wait, bottom? Okay, hold on. So from bottom, okay, you are at the bottom. I swear, this part always frogs me up. Bottom, that's this one that I just did. Sorry for the noise. This is my strength. To middle, weakness. That's you. And then from left, that's you, to top. Wait, what? This is confusing. Wait, what does it mean? Okay, hold on. I can't do math. This should be fun, and I'm making it bad. I'm making it look bad. I'm sorry. Okay, so bottom, right? That's this one. for the bottom, I got the Ace of Cups. I got my first card as the Ace of Cups, right? Where is it? From bottom. So my bottom, my strength, is the Ace of Cups. Okay? I'd be less dead feeling if I hadn't initially gone out in my Bravestone Guild hoodie. You stinker! You're not supposed to wear your hoodie on a hot day. What are you, from California? Okay, and then middle, weakness. Okay? So my middle one is this one, right? Okay. So that's middle. Work. And then left to top, that's this one. And then right, future. Okay, I did it. I figured it out. We got a lot of staves in here, fam. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is a stave family. Okay. Each virtue and hubris corresponds to a major arcana tarot card. See the arcana section in its compendium. If your hero possesses an arcana, you may choose to skip the draw for strength weaknesses and either choose arcana or choose not to have an arcana. Wait, why did I do this then? Oh, strength and weaknesses are arcana. Okay, well, shit. Okay, wait a minute. Why did it like this? Lay out the destiny straight across. From bottom, so my strength, my bottom one, this one, should be a major arcana. And then weakness, middle, should also be a major arcana. I don't have a hydrate because chat abuses my hydrate. That's why. Well, not abuses my hydrate, abuses the hydrate, to be specific. I just lost my place. Where am I? This one, I think, maybe? Frog. You can't do this with ADHD. You really cannot do that. I'm just gonna hold these. Surely I'll remember where these came from, right? I'll drink water. Sheesh. Everyone gets a virtue hubris. Yeah, that's my memory of us playing this, right? Okay, so now I do major arcana. Just gonna do one more fat shuffle, just for laughs. One more fat one, just for laughs. Drawing embroidery is very therapeutic. Oh, for your new model, or is this for mine? Do you guys want to... I'm going to pull a Nanaruru, and you guys want a big gulper? You guys want a big sipper ASMR? Why did that not sound good? Why did that not sound normal? Why did that sound... like I was drinking from a hose. Hi, you guys. I'm going to be redeeming this hydrate from a Pringles can with the bottom carved out and spilling out the sides. Hope it doesn't sound weird. Sounded fucked up. I don't want to hear that. I'm not trying to hear any of that. All right? I can't breathe. Are you laughing at me? How dare you? No, I'm just kidding. Please think I'm funny. Please laugh. I thought about doing a redeem that was like a sign descending from the top and coming down saying please laugh or please clap. Just, you know, for my mental health. The mental image. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, so I have to draw strength and weakness. Okay, so middle and bottom. Okay, so this one's my strength. It is the chariot. Oh my god, that is so fitting for me. The chariot, and then middle, death. Okay, also unfortunately fitting for me. It's a lot of borping here. I'm doing a lot of yapping. My yap borp. Okay, so here's what we got, chat. So my strength is the Chariot, which in tarot is like a very driven card. It means like mowing down any obstacles to get to where you want to go. It's like the chugga 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 behind the choo choo, right? It's the steam that pushes everything forward. It is the will to press on and get what you want in life, right? Esme is so funny. It's actually hazardous to listen to at Academy. Hi, Dewey! Welcome! I know, it's frogged up, isn't it? The notifications are frogged, I'm telling you. A big frog, right? But I'm so glad you made it. Did you see how many bags we got? I'm so stoked. Anyway, I have to stop getting off topic. Hi, Daily, welcome. And thank you for saying I'm funny. Thank you for the sub, Daily. Thank you for the 3 months, Daily. Thank you, thank you. I know, I can't wait to get more too. It's kind of fun, right? The KOU kids came in frogging 9 frogging bags out of nowhere, out of left frogging field. Sheesh! Frogging toilet taking one for the team. Mr. Bow. Anyway, I'm not gonna go there. Anyway, that tweak knows what he did. Next. Okay, so each virtue and hubris that we just drew from our tarot corresponds to a major arcana tarot. Okay, yeah. If your hero possesses an arcana, you may choose to skip the draw for strength weaknesses and choose either an arcana or not to. Okay, that's fine. In the latter, you may not go back and choose the arcana later. This is your only chance. Oh. Can I know what these are before I decide? I heard there's a green bunny I can eat. I don't think that's true, right? Surely I look like a snot glob, right? I don't look edible. Surely. Jiffy's like, and I took that personal. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, only slime bard. See my loot? Pling, pling, pling. I'm a real bard. Okay. If you choose your strength, your hero gains virtue corresponding to that card, and you may pay 10 HP for performing the destiny spread. Interesting. If you choose your weakness, that hero gains the hubris responding to that, and you gain 10 HP. Okay. So I should end up with the following. No arcana whatsoever. An arcana, virtue and hubris chosen by you, or an arcana, virtue and hubris determined by card draw. Okay. It'll be this last one, right? Slimes are eatable. Not this one, baby boy. I'm one and only. You don't want me floating around in your gastric juices. I'll make you barf. If you eat me, the side effects are your pee-pee gets sucked up into your esophagus, and every time you open your mouth, you see the tip of your head hanging down from, a little dangly thing in the back of your throat. So I wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't, personally. Also, the magpies will, Father, no! I've seen enough delicious in dungeon to know at least 3 meals that use slime bars. Stop it! Don't eat me! We're continuing. I'm ignoring all of this. I will not allow. I'm a guild leader. You will treat me with respect. We will respect on my slimy name. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so this is the last one we're doing. This music is very soulful, but it's not good for somebody who is trying to get excited. There we go. Okay, so we have the past, which is which one? Which one's the past? See, I keep going back. This is the hardest part of making a character so far. Why are all my cards falling? It's a disaster over here. I apologize, squad. I also need to pee super badge. Anyway, focus. Please focus. Okay. So my past is the 3rd card. Okay. So this one, right? Esme, more like it's a me, Mario. It's true. We will take a court-mandated pisser momentarily. I just need to verify a couple things. Thank you for the head pats. Okay. Okay. So the first card, which is where? Strength. Okay, so the chariot is Discord has with those arcane. Oh, did you send it to me, Vibes? Hold on a minute. Let me just. I don't want you to see all this, though, is the thing, right? Go away. There. All right. What do we got here? Look at you taking a picture of the Froggen book. You stinker. Okay. Oh, it's kind of sideways. Hold on a minute. She's gone. It's just my glamour, babes. It's my Avalonian glamour. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I hate typing. You know what? It's fine. I understand it completely. Okay, so here's what we got. I think it says, you are darling of the gods of war. Somehow, when it seems like you are doomed to fall in battle, you can summon up incredible reserves of strength and strike your opponent down. If only you can get through his defenses. You may activate your virtue after you hit your opponent, but before you roll for damage. Oh, hell yeah! The gods of war Froggen love me for some reason. Xena style! Okay. And now my weakness is death, which seems crazy. Okay. What's this one? Death, which is reckless. Okay, so that's actually very... Is that... Okay, amused as somebody who knows me probably better than anybody here. Is that not verifiably actually me? You lack the emotion of fear. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Yeah, it made me laugh. Unfortunately, it is as often an important cue that keeps men from doing foolhardy things. Sure, you don't flinch at the sight of even the most hideous monster, but neither do you feel the need to run away when outclassed. Your GM can activate your hubris. That's fucking sick. Okay, so I'm gonna write these down somewhere. Okay. Here's what we'll do. Let me turn this on here. Beep. All right, let's write this shit down, right? Arcana. So we have virtue, which is chariot, fighting spirit, anime type beat, and then hubris, just straight up death, which is recklessness. It's so funny, actually. I'm gonna remove these from the board so they don't confuse me. Watch, I get even more confused. Frog! Okay. So those are done. Next. Oh, God, look at her, chat. I want her on my wall. The next time you guys get a face reveal, my room's gonna look like a certifiable tavern. It's gonna have like all kinds of cool TTRPG shit. Just wait. Just you wait, chat. Victorious is mean. Wait, what? Is it? Why is it mean? I want to see. Why is it mean? I'm trying to turn my head. You may activate your virtue after you hit your opponent, but before you roll for damage. Do not roll for damage. You automatically score a dramatic wound. Oh, it's good. Yeah, I mean, if I'm fighting someone, right? It's an end fight button. Ah, shit. Esme Silverthorn. Esme Silverthorn. I'm going to write that down. Victoriois. Victoriois. It's called Victorious. Oh, shit. Victorious. Cool. Just so I like calling it Fighting Spirit, but it's actually called Victorious. Got it. Okay, what's next on the list? Okay, so the past I got the One of Cups. Once when playing near the woods near your home as a youth, you met a young girl who became your playmate. You never knew her family, or where she lived, but she always found you when you left home. As you grew up, the two of you fell in love and became lovers. Yeah, that's an Esme Silverthorne story, tale as old as time. So it's a 3-point she-lover background thing, right? Period. So this happened in my past. Immediately finds the lesbian. What did you think? What did you expect? Esme and I, for real. That's exactly what I'm saying. Is this not you? Come on, Kato. This is me and you. We're married in the state of Nevada. It's now canon. Okay, I'm gonna write this down. All right. I got Ace of Cups for my past. There we go. That says cack. That does not say I wanted it to say. It's fine. Okay, I'm seriously going to copy and or paste this time. Copy. Peace. I don't know if I can, chat. Is it gonna let me? Nope. Well, so I'm just gonna write she lover background for free. Oh God, I can't spell. I'm so sorry. What is happening? How come I can't spell? I just saw that word. SIDHE. Yes, 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 yes. Free! We're out here finding lesbians, the true goal of Esme's guild uncovered. Correct. And turning everybody else in the guild into lesbians or otherwise some sort of gay fauna. Esme's dyslexia kicking in. Shut up. Shut up. All right, so that's my past. What about my present? I have a 3 of staves, 3 of wands. 3. Wait, it's odd, right? Why does it say odd here? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Wait. How come it's still in the past? Have I frogged this? How come it told me to do a cross and then I have 3 more cards to get through? What? Why is it doing this to me? We're just gonna pretend. We're just gonna pretend, chat. I have 3 of staves. Your family has traditionally been very religious. Oh my God, how is this so me? Did I not say that when I read this one? When you were young, they sent you away to learn about the church and its importance, and as a result, you have recently been ordained by the Avalon Church. Ordained advantage. Okay, well, at least I understand religion. Ordained for free, and at least I'm ordained in Avalon. It's not like Castile or Vodacci, you know. It's still God's favorite worshipers at the end of the day. Gay fauna, what? You are, that's my goal, all right? All right, have a good lurk, Jeff. Have a good lurk. All right, and now my future, which is the 6 of staves. Okay. 6 of staves. Victory comes only after many hardships. Defeated one and nemesis one. Oh, I don't know what that means. Let's write that down. Uh, 3 of wands ordained. Future 6 of wands, and then that was victory after many hardships. 1 defeat and then 1 enemy, right? Nemesis 1. All right. So we've done probably the hardest part so far of the entire thing. The rest of this has been super easy, super fun, and super simple to understand, I feel. I hope that you guys feel the same way. We have more to cover, but what we are going to do first is, as you know, we are collectively a union, the Guild, and it's important that we have mandated piss breaks, okay? I, as your guild leader and union manager, am requiring all of you to take a 10-minute pisser, okay? A paid 10-minute pisser, okay? I will see you in 10 minutes, and we'll do more of this shit thereafter. Hold on, I'm gonna pause this bad boy. I'll be right back. See you soon. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. I hope your pisser was great and you had a good piss. Kato, I want to see how it's coming. Can I see? I want to see the stitching. I'm curious. Can I see? Can I peek? Can I have a little cheeky peeky? Just do a cheeky peek just between us. Just me and you. Nobody has to know. Cheeky. I'm having so much fun doing this. I feel like I should do more of these. Do you think? Do you think I should do more like TTRPG tabletop? Or tabletop tavern like this, where I get my loot out and I tell you the tales and the intrigue of tabletop games like this? That, you know, or maybe from my past. I'm having a really good time just like blabbing about the setting and the intrigue and the lore and the yeah. I already offered 2 suggestions in Discord. That's true! I could. Okay, I will. I will. I just have so much fun with this kind of thing. And there's so much to talk about and so much to learn. I just feel like these are the stories of our forefathers, right? Like, we didn't have Arthurian legend. We didn't have the tales of Athena and Zeus. We had games like this. We had D&D and 7th Sea that told stories, and, you know, just because they're old doesn't mean that they don't deserve to be remembered. My yapping is fun to listen to? Do you really think so? I'm glad. I'm very glad. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everybody. I'll do my best. So how about, I try and do some of these more often. I'm thinking tomorrow, I'm gonna try doing more tabletop related content. Tomorrow I was hoping to get to rope Sparrow in to doing more like something like this. Come here, Petey. I only have D&D, so I have no other suggestions. You sent it to me in Discord. Okay, it's a secret. Chat doesn't really want to see this. It's only for us. It's only between us ghouls. Us ghouls. What do we got? Ah, you did all that by hand, Koyuki? No way. It's beautiful. Oh my god. Ugh. I'm dead. I'm deceased. I've passed away. Yeah, but the thing is you're using the pattern as it's meant to be used, which is why it's so astounding. You're not just like, oh, I'll trace this. You're like, I'm gonna pretend I'm stitching this like I'm really stitching it. Like, there's little lines for every what. This is crazy. I could never do this. I don't have the patience for this shit. This is nuts. What the hell? I can't wait to show you guys. Is it therapeutic? That's really good to hear. I hope the music and my cheerful yapping is helping as well. I really like this music. It's literally called 7th Sea. I think it's like an original playlist, which is pretty poggies, if you ask me. It's poggies out of control. I love TTRPG things, but never really play with folks. I've done some world building a couple times even, but never really panned out. God, I think that's most authors, storytellers out there, right? I've got a small amount of TTRPG PDFs. Yes. Actually, Dee Dee, I was going to talk to you about that. What I would like... Your boss's name is Grant, right? Can you ask him if I can get some sort of material to review / discuss the... What's the frogging system called? fuck. What is it called? The thing. You know, the hollows. Hollows. That's the one that I want to talk about the most. Yeah. Honestly, anything you want to throw at me, I'm down. But I've been so intrigued by hollows since you showed it to me, and I would love to share that on the channel. And obviously we got a lot of eager patrons here who are interested to sup on what you're pouring, I guess. I don't know. Some sort of wine reference, I guess. I don't know. That are trying to suckle from the teat of... No, that's no good. I'll workshop it. I'll come up with something. Hollow's core book isn't finished at the quick start. I know, but the quick start doesn't cover everything and have everything. Never mind. All right, I'll just wait. All right, just throw my name in the hat for like when he's done like press releases of like the official core book, so that I can be one of the people who reviews it on stream, because I would love that. I have been waiting. Tell him to hurry the frog up. No, I'm just kidding. But there's also Eat the Reich that also looks hella, among others. But yeah, I would love that sometime. Anyway, I guess my point is, chat, Uharako Yuki, extremely talented. And you would not believe what she has done here. But you'll get to see it when I do my full model reveal, which is Poggies. All right, now, where were we? We were creating a character, weren't we, chat? Look at these gay motherfuckers. Fucking polyamorous triad looking ass fucking... Anyway. Heart and the Spire are the big tickets. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do Heart and the Spire. I don't know much about them. But I've heard a little bit, and I know that Heart was big for you guys. I'd be into it for sure. Anyways, chat. We have already a nemesis and a defeat in our future. I'm ordained with the Avalonian priesthood, which is great. You know, as a bard, knowing religion and like religious like rites and sects and like how that shit kind of works is useful. You know, even if I'm not devout, I can say, part of it. It's part of my past. Ace of Kuos, the Ace of Cocks. And then me and Keto found each other as kids and fell in love. And now that's just part of it. But it makes sense, you know. I do have sorcery, right? I have sorcery, so this is all fun, huh? All right, so that's that. Now what's next? What do we do after we do our destiny spread? What happens after that? Let's check the next step. We haven't even gotten into the meat and potatoes of sword fighting or like how the game actually works. We're just starting with brass tacks so that we can build up to the fun stuff. This has such an in-depth... We need to listen to something way more epic. Hold on. There we go. Now, where was I? This has the most in-depth, epic feeling sword or swashbuckling that I've ever seen in any game. They have things like tagging, which is like embarrassing your enemies with your weapon, and just all kinds of stuff. Just you can't even imagine. Like, we'll get into it. I'm very excited. Right? Okay. So, where are we? Where are we next? We got our traits here. We're destiny advantages. Okay. We need to purchase what's called advantages, which give your hero unique benefits, such as heightened senses, armed forces commission, or a membership to Thea's most exclusive clubs. Clubs are kind of a big deal. It's like being part of the popular kids, right? Gives you reputation, gives you standing in social circles. It's very important to those like me who are trying to build relationships with people who are of varied status, and part of that status is like sometimes nobility, right? And those people are in their special little boys and girls YMCA club. So let's see. The cost advantages varies, and some advantages may not be available to you, or you may have some restrictions or prerequisites. Languages are extremely important in 7th. That's something we talked about earlier, isn't it? Check out the linguist and nation accent advantages. Your character will have an accent of some form, although if you use the table listed under language advantage, you are assumed to come from the default province within your country of origin. So I sound Scottish, and I would probably know Gaelic, right? Because I am Avalonian. Wait. Fritz really likes it when I hold his face like a burger. Like, you hold it like a burger? Do you put it in your mouth? I want to know. Does he get in there? Burger face. Miss Esme, do you need to update? Do I? No, it is. Yeah, no, it's what should be 41 now, right? 45. Jesus Christ, you guys. 45. Yippee! Gaelic is Kimrick? Interesting. I wonder what that sprouts from. I know that these writers are very good at coming up with words that are very similar or like have a root in its national language. I don't know what this means. Breed of cat or related to Wales, the Welsh people. Okay, got it. So they didn't do Gaelic, they did like Welsh pretty much. That's pretty cool. You want to hear Esme sing for karaoke night. That's what I'm saying. What's done is done. I'll never love again. Hi, Moon Toxicity. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everybody. Can we get a hearty howdy to our raiders? Hi, raiders. How's it going, Moon? I saw drop out on your tabs, and I just wanted to say same. How could I not, right? It's pretty poggies. It's poggies out of control. Hi, Moon. How are you, friend? Thank you so much for the raid. What were you up to? Hey, raiders, if you don't know me, I'm Esme Silverthorn. I'm your resident lore bard extraordinaire. Pretty gay, in parentheses. I do a lot of TTRPG, tabletop, Dungeons & Dragons, and retro content on my channel. Welcome, welcome. Today we're talking about a really OG retro TTRPG called 7th Sea. It's the first edition. It's about pirates and the golden age of Central Europe. It's pretty fun. Pretty poggies. You were doing Silent Hill. Hell yeah. Silent Hill 2. Oh, gotcha. Is that the newer one that just came out? Music is a bit too loud. Well, I haven't changed it, so I don't know why it's loud. Oh yeah, it's the raid music. I can't hear it at all. I can't hear it at all. Is it still going? The one that came out 2024. Yo, hell yeah. Are you having a blast with it? Are you having a good time? Tell me all about it. What's going on, babes? Tell me everything. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. You're the bee's knees, as they say. You know what I mean, babes? I'm sorry, I'm being so quiet. I'm like waiting patiently. Finally got to see more of Daddy Pyramid Head, and I mean Pyramid Head. Oh, it's like that. Yeah. Hey guys, guildies, magpies. If you haven't already, please consider checking out Moon Toxicity. Pretty cool, pretty poggies. Likes to play Silent Hill. Very chill. You know what I'm saying? Good vibes all around. Please consider. Giving them a follow? What? I don't know what you mean. Oh, you're one of those. Pyramid Head was your awakening? Keno, that doesn't surprise me. That does not surprise me in the least, fam. My awakening? Morticia. Morticia and Gomez was my awakening. I liked both of them. I didn't know how I felt, if I wanted to be both of them or if I wanted both of them. I was like, I think I'm just gay. I think the whole like spectrum is just colored in color pencil. I don't think that there's any like dots here. I don't think there's any variation. I think it's just solid green. High key daddy. Okay, work. Okay, period. I think my awakening was Shigo, and that explains a lot about me. That you like green and dark hair and sassy personalities. The endless struggle. I don't know. Pyramid Head has never really done it for me. But again, I think that's just the chaotic nature of pansexuality. Is like, it's never really based on physical appearance. It's based on vibes. And I don't know. I couldn't get a beat on Pyramid Head. All I knew is that he was really scary. And that just didn't really cut it for me. But hey, more for you guys, right? Y'all got me sweating. Oh, Dealey. Oh, Dealey, you stinker. That's great, though. I'm so glad you had a fun time. Please make sure that you're taking care of yourself. I totally understand if you need to raid and dash. If not, please enjoy the yapping and the cozy vibes that I'm giving off. Just talking about one of my favorite tabletop little scenarios, lore books, whatever you want to call it. It's been fun. The pansexual vibe hunting is the wildest journey. You don't even know. It's like entering the Feywild. You walk in and you're like, all right, what's going on here? What are all these feelings? Where are all the feelings? Oh no, now we're upside down. Me watching The Mummy, Brendan Fraser, and Rachel Weisz made me go, question mark? Yeah. I do know. Excuse me. Okay, relax. What did I tell you about gay fauna earlier? Okay? I see you. I have noticed I'm attracted to psychopaths. Okay, well, you know, that might be something to write down and hand to a member of society that can work with you on that, you know? Do you know what I'm saying? I have issues. I miss gay fauna. I miss her a lot, Tails. You know, Keto fills that void for me. You know? Keto is just gay fauna. IMO. But like more naturey. Like she's an actual honest to goodness healer. Homeopath. Pyramid Head. Dobby from MHA. Who the heck is that? Gay awakening. My best friend's legs when I was in middle school. Whose legs are those? Is that Andrea? Andrea's legs? She had some fucking sick legs, not gonna lie. She also got the biggest... What? I'm right. She had great legs. She also had big old boobies. Do you know what I mean? Like, I got mine early, but she got blessed. Other one? Who, me? I didn't have good legs, did I? I had a nice ass. Little medicine lady, I'm just a wee druid. Meanwhile, in chat, there are two very distinct conversations happening in chat right now. Yes, I did. Okay. You know, if you say so. Okay, shit. Cross the pond. Come check it out. Period. Oh, you had your chance. I lived right next door. Dobby from My Hero Academia. He is one of the villains. Okay, hold on a minute. Dobby. From My Hero Academia? This your man? This your man? What if we talked about Bebe with the bald elves? with the bald elves. Baby, this shit again. Oh my, first it was Solus, and now Dobby with the socks. What is wrong with you? You're wasting your lesbianism on creatures who are ill-deserving. Oh no. This man does not eat. What are you doing? What are you doing? Baby. First of all, this is her first man. This is the man she will stand by and die for, by the way. Bald. Snatched bald. This is not Bebe? Wait, what? Wait, what? I talk a lot of shit for someone who is ace. People are just pretty, and I want to give everyone pats. Wait, what? What? Do not take him. Baby, no one's trying to take him. Nobody's trying to take him, okay? People are trying to give him away. You find him at a garage sale, it says 25 cents, it's crossed out and says, talk to me. willing to barter, okay? So just take him. Dobby from, oh. Oh! Okay, so I misspelled it. Dobby. Oops, shit. So I misspelled it. Same ratio. If he's bald, I swear to God. Who's this? What's wrong with him? Why is he purple sometimes? Oh, see, that's why, isn't it? Is it because he's kind of purple? Unbelievable. You're a purple degenerate. Look at this purple man. He's a burn victim? Oh, okay, so I feel bad now. Wait, doesn't he use fire? Why is he stapled, huh? This your man? This your man? I'ma stand by him. You ever seen that? That's mine's. I'ma stand by him. You resub? Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Stand by your mans. That's Baby when she sees a bald elf. That's mine. Not again, Baby. This shit again. Not again. Baby, you gotta stop with this. 45? Do we just get more? No way. This man ruined me. In all the ways that I hate men, he ruined me. I like my men struggling, not drowning. Well, you know, if his head looks like it could easily fit into a condom, I don't know if he's for me, fam, but, you know. When they said wear protection, they meant him in a ski cap. You know what I'm saying? Put him up, chat. You know that was a good one. Have you seen the mohawk? Bitch, I saw a little bit of it. What happened here? Am I supposed to believe? Mama, come now. Come now, mama. Surely. What do you mean, sheesh? This guy has got, like, critical injury vibes. This man's vibes are off the spectrum in the wrong sense. In the direction thou shalt not go. Do you know what I'm saying? I must peace out. My lidless isn't feeling super well. Okay. I will have a great stream. Thank you so much again, Moon. I will take care of your people. And, yeah, I'll pay it forward. I'll see you next time. The lore is, you can tell You can tell an elf's age by how bald they are. Ugh, that's a disturbing fact. Oh, it's because he's old. It's still hot. It's still hot. This is how I want to remember him. This is how I want to remember him. This is my solace. You know what I mean? Bully your people, they bully you all the time. You got it. You got it, baby. Bald phobic? I'm not afraid. I assure you, I'm not afraid to tell you what I want to tell you. Okay, he's way less handsome with hair somehow. What happened? I prefer him not to smile. I feel like the artist here, the 3D artist, was like, can we make his eyes further apart? And I'm talking like a deer, right? Other side of his skull for me. Girl, I'm a fetus compared to his age, okay? I mean, like I said, it's all you, baby girl. Ain't nobody trying to take him. I'm grumpy. Look at him in his stupid hat. Are you sure this your man? Are you sure? The hat with the sideburns built in? Are we sure? Baby, you got assets that he does not deserve to see. He's my I can fix him. Start with the hair. Start with the hairline. I'm killing myself. I'm slaying myself. Oh, I'm so funny. Start with the hairline though, for real. Have a chat. Have a little chit chat about what's popping up top. Okay, that's all. Everyone was so ugly racist. Yeah. I hate what Dragon Age has become. I'm gonna take a swig of my gin real quick. One sec. Ah. Not the smolder. That was rough. Let's keep partying. Let's keep partying. No more of Bebe's bald elf antics. Master has given Dobby a sock type beat. Hold on, I want to see this clip. What is this clip? Where's this clip at? Baby called out. Show me. Oh. This your man? What? This your man? This your man? What if we talked about Bebe with the bald elves? With the bald elves! Baby, this shit again! Oh my, first it was Solus, and now Dobby with the socks. What is wrong with you? You're wasting your lesbianism on creatures who are ill-deserving. Oh no. This man does not eat. What are you? This man does not eat. I'm a hoot. Toenail head toggle. I can't wait, baby. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to get my wig snatched and surprise everybody, for real. He's a traitor. Okay, he's a traitor. Got it. What? I'm not allowed to dunk on my own wife? If you can't dunk on your own wife, who can you dunk on? Surely. I feel like, is my gain too high? I feel like when I get really excited, like my graininess shoots up. I hate that. I've been working on it too. I've been working on my like my mic sound. It's been kind of, next time I get him to play with me, I'm murdering him. Okay, period. You know what I mean? I can fix him. Start with that that visible tan line on his forehead, please. When your man can get sunburn on his scalp, take a minute, you know? What's new? Anyways, chat, where were we? We were making characters. All right, so let's look at advantages. Okay, where is advantages? Where would they be? Advantages. Gimme, 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 gimme. So much happening here. Truly much. Oh. My dog is going absolutely nuts, but I think you know where we're going next. So busy, huh? Not. So much going on, huh? Not. Oh, did you hear that? It's the sound of peace and harmony. Amused they do not have Diet Mountain Dew here, so you can imagine how I've been doing lately. It's been over a year like this that I've been forced to live this way. Right. I'm just gonna have a little bit of some ASMR for you, chat. How have you not perished? I've had to live off Diet Coke. It's a scary existence. It's a scary life. I am healthier overall, though. I guess. My body, my choice. You know? If I want to intravenous pump Diet Mountain Dew into my veins, then so froggin' be it. Comma fam. Hold on, I'm gonna eat some of these chips. Ow. Gross. You know, we're sponsored. I'm just kidding, we're not. Diet Coke won't sponsor gamers. And they definitely won't sponsor me. An IV of caffeine? What do you only drink coffee, Dealey? What's the situation? I just read an entire article on how to distill. Why? Why did you read that? That was optional. That was a voluntary task. I wanted to know if I could. I mean, you can make mead, right? Actually, maybe that's what you should teach people to do. That'll bring in the numbers. Make your own booze. I only like coffee if it's 80% milk and cream. I mainline diet drinks, period. It's the same for me. Right. Anyway, where was I? How convenient is it that only Avalons can be bards, period? And that's on period. You know what I'm saying? And that is on period. That is the gospel. If you're not from Scotland, sorry, you're not a bard, period. Mead would be much easier than vodka. Too many explosion hazards. Yeah. Let's do a mead, right? Like a blueberry mead. Wouldn't that be yum? Or blueberry wine? Oh, bitch. I like my coffee like I like my alcohol, pretending to be dessert. Yeah, no. I'm never gonna forget the coffee flavored ice cream floating around in your freezer for 1.5 years. I remember that shit till the day I die. I remember that shit till the day I die. She XDs because she knows the truth. Right. Anyway. We need... What is this? Prestidigitation is on here? Okay, obviously we need to figure out how to get that. That's my favorite spell. Yes, snacks. Where are the advantages, huh? Okay, maybe I'm missing something. Where are they? 46 bags? Jesus Christ, you guys. Well done. Can we get a moment for the bitches at the top? For real. Bitch, you better work. You better fucking work for real. Don't let Toilet beat you, Captain Jiff. Don't let him do that shit. Let the magpies reign. It's not a contest, but it kinda is, you know what I'm saying? I mean, where are the advantages? Am I going crazy? Where are they? Here we go. Oh, no, this is the same. What? What's going on? Cat! This is equipment. I've lost the plot somehow. 160? Oh, really? Yeah, this is 160, but it doesn't talk about advantages. Weird. Right. Player's guide? Isn't this this is player's compendium? Is that different? Man. Well, this is all I got. Let me see if I can find it. Ooh. I'm just looking really quick. Weather. Weather runes. That's fucking crazy. Okay, so while I'm trying to figure out how the fuck I'm gonna find advantages, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the magic that I have well, let me actually show this fucking shit as a sorcerer. I chose half-blooded, so I'm not like a full-blooded sorcerer. I can cast some magic, have some magical abilities, but not all. Remember, sorcerers and having sorceress origin, having magic basically, you are a magical creature, and being from Avalon, that typically will mean the Fae, right? Because that's where Avalonians get their magic from. The Fae can decide to just take it away one day. And they have before. So, when it comes to the magic of Avalon, it's very much tied to the land and the natural creatures therein. And also something called the Grail! Which also is like the reason for the cups being so connected to Avalon. Anyway, the Holy Grail. We've all seen Monty Python. I can move on from this bit, right? Can be besties with Morgan Le Fay. Something tells me that would be very dangerous. If I do have a Fae girlfriend, I don't know. Something's going on there. So, the glamour, or the sorcery of Avalon is called glamour. What it does is it lets you pull from legendary creatures or legendary figures, excuse me, of Avalon and kind of gain their abilities temporarily. So when you use Robin Goodfellow's Avalonian glamour magic, you can do things like use Robin's skill with a bow to have greater advantages, right? I don't know if this particular wiki is first or second edition. I chose first edition, so I hope it's right. Muse, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But basically, it's like we were talking about earlier with the legendary figures. And link for me? Perfect. That's what I like to hear, babe. Legendary figures are of huge importance. They are living relics of this age, and Avalon uses those legends to call upon them and use them in their sorcerer's powers. So here are our legendary figures, and we're going to go through them. I just want to see what's going on. Anne of the Wind. I know Anne of the Wind story is, it was a woman who raced the wind and won, and she ended up getting a sack always overflowing with bread, a bowl always overflowing with stew, and I think a wineskin always full of ale or mead or something. So if I'm right, yeah, raced the four winds and won. As her prize, she was given a cup that is always full of wine, a pot always full of stew, and a bag that is always full of bread. This was just as well, for she had worked up such an appetite during the race that she sat down to a 3-month-long meal just to get her strength back. So stage 1, you can run without tiring. Stage 2, you can sprint without tiring. And you may now call upon the rewards of Anne, including wine, stew, and bread. So these are all pretty fucking poggies for a bard, right? Me after doing absolutely nothing. Honestly, that's on period. Thank you, Amuse. Player's Guide, yippee. All right, welcome to the Player's Guide, chat. Okay, enough, Dropbox. I've had it. Look at the map. Oh, this is so sick, actually, huh? Look it. Okay, so this is us, chat, up here. There's Eisen, Scary Town. There's Montaigne. Everybody knows them. This is Castile. This is occupied Castile. The Montaigne occupied Castile. If I haven't mentioned that before, now you know. We kind of talked about the interesting politics and dynamics of the Vatican Church and how the Vatican Church kind of interacts with different nations differently. Like the Prince of Montaigne, having sorcery, and Castile being basically run by the church, let's face it, as opposed to how Vodacci's relationship differs from both of those places. It's pretty fucking sick, actually. Yeah. Here's the map. Pretty poggies. You have the coat of arms here as well. Now I don't know the coat of arms by heart, but I'm okay at reading stuff like this, so I have a feeling that this is probably Avalon, because, the Grail. This is probably the French. This is probably the Montaigne, right? That's got to be Eisen with the dragon. Ooh. This is where it gets tough. This is probably Castile, right? Because that symbol on the hand, this all looks like Inquisition shit, right? The wheel, I guess that could be Vestin, maybe? I don't know. Where's Vodacci? That's the question. Actually, Vodacci would probably be the Wheel of Fate, right? Maybe? Might be wrong. What's this? It's like a victory laurel with something inside there. It's hard to tell. And which one's Usura? Probably this one, right? The crazy birds on the sides. So yeah, that's there. And then we have the Seven Seas, which are absolutely fucking crazy and full of pirates, right? Ah! Look at the art! Look at her! You don't see this shit anymore, chat! Doesn't this make you fucking stoked? Look at them. Ah, I want to be him! I want to be fighting at the party! Any book guide that contains a map instantly gets like 5 more stars. I'm right there with you. The dude on the right is shook. Yeah. Yeah. He can't believe this is happening. Oh no, I changed my mind. I want to be this guy. Or this guy. You know what I'm saying? Yum yum. Oh shit, she looks like something's going on there. Okay, so this is her. She looks pretty sick. Anyway, I love this. Jennifer and John Wick. I didn't know that Jennifer was an artist, because I know that John Wick ain't a fucking artist. Look at that. Ugh. So thematic and cool. My favorite fantasy series, Realm of the Elderlings, has different maps on each book. Oh, that's fucking sick. Right? Sorry. Sorry. Ugh. I want to swashbuckle. I want to jump from the crow's nest on fire. I want that to be me right now. Right. So let's talk advantages. Page 160, right? Any minute now. Huh? Aww. See, look, so this is the actual sheet, right? This is what it normally looks like. And it kind of breaks down for you, like, what each of these things are. That's pretty poggy. Here, the Swordsman School, Sorcerer's Heritage, Glamour, Castile has none. Wink. Yeah. Here we go, advantages. There are a number of things that set heroes of 7th Sea apart from the commoners, if you will. Perhaps you are a professional soldier, or you could be particularly good looking or larger than average. Advantages are hero options that customize your hero concept by giving you a mechanical benefit for a hero point cost. So what this is saying, chat, is what separates you is your advantages from just everybody else. And it gives you kind of an extra to like spending your points, right? Each of them represents an aspect of your hero that makes them special. Write them down on your hero sheet after you've paid the listed costs. Gotcha. Easy peasy. All right. Oh, wait. Page 130. Okay, so this is skills here. So we're going to go 130. Where are you? I want that to be me. A horse girl. A horse girl. What is she doing? She's riding through the fire. That's me. This is me, chat. I'm changing my profile picture. This is me. Me. Horse girl. Okay. 130. Here we go. All right, so here's our advantages. Able drinker. You can really put your liquor away. This could be due to a naturally high constitution or maybe just a lot of experience. So right next to it, you'll notice a point cost. So if I were to choose able drinker, for example, I would have to take 1 of my HP off of my little cheeky sheet. I feel like appearance is probably good because I'm a little bit of a hottie. You know what I mean? Yeah, I have a perfectly sculpted face, so that's perfect. And a pair of radiant eyes. It's perfect. I would consider myself stunning, so that's 10 points. I'm kidding. So here's where things kind of get iffy for me. And I'm not sure all of you will agree. This is just my personal opinion, right? I'm not a fan of appearance stuff in games. I'm not. Hmm. Here's why. Appearance is nice, but should have no bearing or consequences on like how you do socially. It reads as somebody who doesn't know how to truly like sell things or convince people. You don't have to be physically appealing to be charming. It should be just be like a little powder puff on top of character creation. It shouldn't have anything to do with how persuasive you are, etc. Like if there's already like an appearance roll that you have to make, like that should be enough. You shouldn't need to roll like attractiveness as well. It kind of stings also. Imagine failing that roll, you know? Only an industry founded by nerds could see appearance as a superpower. I mean, amen, sister. Obviously, being pretty is nice, but like, this is a fine example, and this again is my opinion, of a point sink. How often do you think being hot is going to come up? Is your DM going to have you roll appearance, or is your DM going to have you roll fashion or style? Do you know what I mean? It just doesn't feel right. Oh, it's for social roles, so it's like added to. Thank you for the sub, twins! Only 5 months left until Twitch baby bunnies. Wait, what? What do you mean? Then we're at, oh, you mean like we're at 9 months? We've had little babies. I've gotten pregnant from both twins, obviously. I don't know. So we made babies together. Okay, I'm reading the lesbianism right. Perfect. I don't know. It's just, it's dumb to me. It just feels like I'm not gonna put it in appearance. You know, you can find me attractive or not. That's not going to like change. Because here's the thing. Like, if you say something persuasive in game, in character, that is what should be important. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you understand the character and the character that you're dealing with, and you say something that is like perfect, right? But your character's ugly and it doesn't hit, that just feels dumb. I don't like that. Adding to social roles is really useful. I guess. I mean, it's an unkept die, right? It's not like another keep. Or like, it doesn't reduce difficulty, which it should do, honestly. Sure, pretty privilege is a thing. I get it. I agree. Pretty privilege is a real thing. But instead of giving us an unkempt dice, which is just more faff, just make it like, make the difficulty go down. I don't agree with this at all. I don't like this. That's just me. That's just me, personally. Like, I don't want another die. If I'm pretty, it should be easier to convince you, and that should be it. If you're going to make me do it, do you know what I mean? Make it, change it, is what I'm saying. The other issue with appearance is a stat that implies that there's only one way to be attractive. That's the main thing for me, right? There's only one way to be attractive. I mean, then again, we are kind of entering a world where conventional roles and attractiveness are pretty prolific. So I guess if there was going to be a type of game that this was going to be acceptable, this is the game for that. So I'm not gonna bitch too much about it, because I mean, if you're gonna go to Montaigne, you gotta dress. As an ace GM, I'd rather not have to futz with the difficulties based on if you're hot or not. Then just don't include appearance at all. Genuinely. Like, you should roll to see if you're dressed correctly for the occasion, and that's it. Just don't fucking fuss with it at all. It just seems like that's just dumb. That's just me. But again, if there was going to be a system that I would just be fine with it would be this one. Because you still have kind of conventional gender roles in a lot of ways. A lot of GMs will kind of cross that off, but I mean, that's how it's built, and it does add interesting... I'm not a fan of it, but it does add interesting dynamics and challenges to kind of overcome, right? That's why I like cool in Cyberpunk. Yeah, cool is just it. Also, can you ask Sam why he keeps rolling a face? Why does he keep rolling a charismatic character? Why does he keep doing that? Because it's about attitude, style, knowing how to dress and what to say. Yeah, that's different, right? I agree. But again, I'm just bitching in general about when games do this. That's not really the fault of this guy, right? It's just like the games of the era were very tied to like, how hot are you? And I'm like, shut up. Shut the fuck up. You know? Anyway. Okay. Castilian education. Ooh, so I did mention at the beginning that I wanted to use a whip. And that, I'm pretty sure, and I haven't read through these. You guys have been present for the whole thing. We haven't looked. I'm pretty sure I may require Castilian education to study that. So let's find out. A rewarding to something naturally charismatic or something would be nice. They're trying to account for Monica Bellucci. Fair. Actually, before we do this, we might even want to look at like the weapon styles, right? Oh, Draconizing armor. We talked about that earlier, didn't we, chat? Argus is really excited for us to talk about Draconizing. He wants to be an Eisen man with a big hammer. You know? So that might be something. Okay, I'm gonna look at the weapon schools next, actually, because if I have Castilian weapons training, for example, I may need this. Argus smash, 100%. I've already chosen magic, but I haven't chosen school because I'm not sure what I want. It's going to depend on what's on offer. I want to use a whip. I like the bow. We know that. I like throwing knives. I want to be good at those things. I don't necessarily want to use sword. I know. I've written down. I wrote down the points that it would cost, theoretically, for in-house, which is 25, or out-of-house, which is 35. Yeah. It just feels like it would be a waste not to do archery, but whip is kind of cunty. And I wouldn't be Esme Silverthorn without my cunty whip, would I? Like, just being realistic, we gotta get that. Oh. Sorry. There's no whip on here. What? That's a lie. Castilian sword schools. This gotta be Castilian. Here we go. Let's talk about fencing, chat, for a minute. So, I've talked a lot about how the swordsman schools and the swash and swashbucklery is pretty pogs and very detailed and very cool. Just like as an overview, this is a really good way as a storyteller to kind of pick up on ways to make combat more fun and more descriptive, because it gives you the ability to think about it from a sword fighting perspective and just tells you straight up what it looks like and what it does. So if you're like kind of a new storyteller and this theme and gameplay sounds poggies to you, it's cool. It's cool to start off with something like this because it kind of digs into it. And there are definitely dozens, maybe even hundreds of different like things that your dude can do with a weapon. It's in Dungeons and Dragons, you have a very Okay, I hit it with my sword. Do I hit? Yes. Here's the damage. This is a lot different. Remember, you're in a world of panache and social control and reputation and flair. So sometimes it's not just about defeating your enemy, it's about embarrassing them, or about disrobing them, or about making people around you entertained. It's not always about driving your sword through their heart. It's not like D&D. So it's a lot more creative and roguish, which is exactly what you want a TTRPG like this to personify and exemplify. There are all different kinds of names of schools, and each of the schools are going to be based on your nation, right? It's more like Princess Bride than Murder Slaughter games. Yes, like you're right on the money with the Princess Bride. The John Wick, the guy who wrote this, is a big fan of Princess Bride. So that makes a lot of sense. If you want to have that, my name is Inigo Montoya, you killed my father, prepare to die type beat, this is a system for you. That is panache and yeah, it's everything you could ask for with a system like that. It's the fighting spirit to keep going after you've been stabbed in the guts so you can take revenge on the man who killed your father, right? So it's a very exciting, very like adrenaline pumping concept. And the way that they do combat is really interesting and very cool. And it almost kind of gives me the feeling of almost like pawns on a chessboard a little bit, where when you roll initiative, you roll based on your panache, and the panache that you roll determines when in the rounds that you go. Okay, so let's imagine I'm gonna get a paint for this, right? I'm gonna give you an example just because a lot of y'all are visual learners. Okay, and Amuse is here, so I'm really scared of doing this wrong. All right. So, line, give me my fucking line. Where are you, damn it? Here. Okay, thank you. Now, okay, OCDers don't look, this line is not going to be straight. Much like me. So, let me do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm sorry that these aren't evenly spaced. Please don't look. Okay? Amused, I know you're pissed off. Sparrow, I know you're pissed off, but just bear with me, okay? Okay, chat. What kind of system do we use to roll dice? That's right. It's a D10 system. The D10 system, that means you roll a butt fuck of D10s to do shit. Okay? A butt fuck. Nothing, Argus. Mind your own business. So, this is a round, okay? A round is split up into, I wrote down notes, and I'm just gonna read the notes, okay? Let me just read these notes, RQ. Okay. So. Every round of combat is split into 10 phases. So D10, 10 phases. Pretty easy to remember, right? Oh, shit. How's that? Oh, now it's too small. Hold on a minute. Excuse me. Right. Please, I'm begging you. I'm actually begging. There. I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry about this. We're moving on. So, it is a D10 system. Stop it. Stop it. No! Okay, give me my pencil back. I don't want you. Pencil. Red. It is a D10 system, so there are 10 segments. Okay? Easy to remember. Let's say you are like me and you have a panache of 3. That means I get 3 D10s, okay? I roll 3 dice. I get a 5, a 5, and a 6. Okay? Now here's what you do. The dice that you roll, you keep on the table. Just like this. You don't pick them up, you just leave them. Some players will get different colored dice specifically for initiative, just so they can remember, like, on the table what they roll. Some people will write it down, whatever works best for you, but just make sure that this is set up in order. So, like, in numerical order, what you rolled, right? I have a 3 panache. I rolled 3 dice, 3 d10s. I rolled a 5, and a 6. This is great combat music, don't you think? All right, what does that mean? It means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right here, we get to go twice. And on the 6th, we get to go here. On the 6th phase. Because combat is split up into different phases, where the players and alternatively where the GM or the storyteller roles all fit onto this thing. This is all one piece of combat, okay? And how the duration is of combat is dependent, right? So sometimes if it's just like fast-paced sword tomfoolery, right? If you're just having a one-on-one duel with somebody, maybe this is 6 seconds. But if you are fighting naval ships, as another example, this might be a minute per phase, okay? So the number of d10s that you roll is always determined by your panache stat. So me, because I'm really charismatic and I have a lot of panache, I'm gonna roll for a baby hero 3, which is the highest that you can get, okay? So this is pretty good. A 5, a 5, and a 6. That's not so bad. So that means on phase 5, I have the option of doing 2 actions, and then, the next phase I have 1, okay? I can do that. Or I can spend these 2 5s to act sooner. Unlike Dungeons and Dragons, where sometimes initiative is king and you want to roll as high as possible to go first so you can decide where you go, sometimes it's way more important for you to be strategic about where you go, right? So you can spend this, I can spend this and go first if I want to. And maybe in a lot of combat situations, that's something that Esme Silverthorn would do, because she wants the opportunity to be like, hey, don't fight me. Or maybe she wants to find a non-violent resolution to a problem. So she's going to ask her storyteller, hey, can I give you these so I can go here? And then I'll save my 6, depending on how that goes, to go here, right? Does that make sense? It's not a race for initiative. It has its advantages and disadvantages, but it's pretty cool. You're so sensitive, Argus. Oh, this isn't even the right... You're not sensitive. It was just a completely different... Okay, my bad. I take it back. I take back what I said. Okay. So. That's what's going on. Does that make sense? I hope my notes made sense. It makes sense to me. I'm sorry for trying to keep the... and I apologize. I apologize for the way I reacted, my friend. I just get in the moment. I always play my music really frog and loud, so I never know if it's too loud or too quiet for you guys. I appreciate you, Argus. Not only do I apologize, I appreciate you. So, once again, we are not racing for who goes first in most places. It's a game about choosing where in your battle you want to act. Right? Thank you for accepting my apology. Thank you. Stinker. Okay? Now, we talked about this again earlier because I couldn't pretend not to be excited before, but let's talk about raises. Okay? What is a raise? I'm gonna pull out the old spreadsheet again. Okay? You are in a duel with somebody. You're in a duel with another swordsman, okay? The average DC, I forget the actual word for it. Is it AV or something? Not DC, TN. The average TN or DC, if you're familiar with D&D or Pathfinder terms, is 15. Just a basic, easy peasy, like, check, okay? It's 15. In order to hit a guy, I have to roll my reflexes with my weapon. And I have 3 reflexes, so I roll 3 dice, okay? And on that 3 dice, I have to try and get 15. Now, let's say I have more dice or more expertise, right? And I also you add extra dice to this, of course, but I'm just covering the basics right now, right? I'm missing details, just stay with me. So the TN is 15 here. We're talking about raises. With the dice that I roll, if I think that I can meet this number pretty easily, I can go to my DM and be like, hey man, I'm gonna pretend my DM is amused. Okay, this is you. And this is me. I'll be like, hey DM, I'm gonna hold out my clackers for you in offering. Hey DM, I'm pretty sure that I can meet this number really easily. I've been doing really well in my rolls, and I have enough dice to cover it. So if I make this harder, the thing that I'm trying to do, if I make the difficulty harder, if I make the AV, right? Barking outside? Why's my dog barking? Barking at the wind. If I decide to make this a 20, will you let me push him out the window? And this woman, because she thinks that's Poggy's, gives me the fat go ahead. And then I go, actually, you know what? Not only do I want to push him out the window, before that I want to embarrass him by cutting off his guild pin, like his little club pin, his little swordsman fencing pin, which adds to the difficulty and gives it a 25. So they go up by 5 per raise. Okay? So when you ask for a raise, it's always going to go up by how much? 5. Okay? So, if I roll my clicker clackers, okay, and I hit a 25, not only do I do the action that I primarily wanted to do, but I also get to do 2 other cool things. So essentially what we have here, chat, is a gambling game inside of a rogue game, inside of a swashbuckler game. My race should always go up by 5. You should tell him that. Put him on the horn. I'll speak to him. Anyway, I need to eat more stuff. Have I made sense here? Amuse, do you have any notes? How did I do? Despite discussing races, I feel like that's pretty thorough. Oh my god. So you don't say no, you say how about, right? And I would still need to take a raise, right? Wouldn't I? Add damage? I mean, you could do that too, but less flair. That's a min-maxer's answer. That's an unimaginative person's answer. I'm trying to make a fool of this person. I'm trying to go ham. And I haven't played this game in ages, so I genuinely might just be wrong about things, but this is what I remember. Depending on the situation, yes. I.e., if it's a difficult maneuver, more raises. Oh, for sure. And that's where, like, footwork and shit comes in, but we'll get into that later. Point is, chat. Moral of the story. Imagine remembering. I could never imagine a situation in which I would ever remember. So, this is a situation. I hope that makes sense. me drink more of my soda. Ah, this is a lot. We've talked about it a lot today, huh? So, that is the basic for that is the basics for just combat. Now let's look at whip. Vodachi no Capotina ballerina. Castile. Oh, the Castile book. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I've got that. I knew it was Castilian. I fucking knew it. Thank you so much for sharing this with me. If I haven't said it already, I really fucking appreciate it. Wait, where's Castile? Ryzen? There it is. I can't read. Page 97. Thank you. See, this is why it's important to have somebody who does this every weekend. Just be in chat, you know? 97. Oh, we're gonna be here a minute. Hold on. 97 chat. Oh, shit. What's happening here? She's giving him a sew. This is Kato. She's sewing this man's leg. With Leonardo. Okay, I was right. It is Leonardo DiCaprio. You didn't even hear me earlier when I made that reference. It friggin' looks like him. Is this? Yeah, that is the church. I friggin' knew it. What page was it? 97. Where are you? Oh, I passed it. Okay, here we go. Is it Zepeda? Yeah! Zepeda. The students of the Zepeda style learn to fight with a whip in hand. Although seldom deadly as a rapier or a knife, the whip is a great tool for intimidation and defense. Even a skilled swordsman will often flinch away from the cracking sting. 100% accurate. It breaks the fucking sound barrier. You better back up. The Zepeda school teaches the student more than simply cracking a whip. It also learns a variety of tricks to perform with the whip, not to mention how to cow opponents with the promise of a rawhide thrashing. That's what I'm talking about. However, an opponent who can withstand the pain of the whip for a strike or two can often get close where the whip is useless next to the deadly steel of even a small knife. Yes. It makes you cackle every time. I can't deny that. It's accurate. It's like one of the first things that I saw was like, look at Castile. Wait, is that Leonardo DiCaprio? Somebody was inspired. So, we would get athlete, which is actually really good. Whip. Bind, disarm, tagging, exploit weakness. I like that. Apprentices of the Zepeda school learn to use the whip as a tool of intimidation and fear. This is what I'm talking about. By spending one action, so that line that I was talking about, if I rolled 2 5s, I can spend one of those to increase my TN to be hit by your master level for the rest of the round. Wait, what? What does that mean? You may increase your TN to be hit by your mastery level for the rest of the round. What does that mean? Hey, Rocky! For the rest of the round. You may do this as many times as you like. The bonus is of no use against opponents who are immune to fear and ends immediately if your whip leaves your hand or becomes entangled, such as during a bind. Okay, so I'm glad it clarifies that. In addition, you receive a free raise to your attack roll. Oh, free raises are yummy! Wait, no, I guess what I'm asking is, what is it saying here? Is it like, okay. An apprentice. So you spend an action cracking the whip, which increases the TN, right? Oh, the TN to be hit by your mastery level. Okay, got it. So it increases my TN to hit? Am I reading this right? So I'm an apprentice, so it would be 1. For them to hit me. Oh, so it adds to my defense. So I get a +1 to my TN for them to hit me. So that's great. So it's a defensive thing, you guys. So essentially, if I spend a turn to just flip my whip and start cracking it, I basically create a defensive I activate a defensive ability that makes it harder for me to get hit. In D&D terms, it's increasing your armor class. Does that make sense? So that's what I'm getting from it. Did I get that right? Amused? You can do this as many times as you like, which is kind of poggies. Just spend 2 of my turns just swinging my whip. You know what I'm saying? That'd be so pogs. This bonus is of no use against opponents who are immune to fear. That makes sense. Yes. Okay. Got it. We nailed it, chat. All right. If I become really good at it, journeymen of the Zepeda school have learned to use their whip in more versatile ways. You may substitute your rank in the attack knack for any of the following knacks. Animal training, break, fall, swing, and grapple. See, this is all what I want. Gimme. So basically, I
don't like them putting chemicals in the water. They
turn the freaking frogs gay. Basically, I can turn the frogs gay.
Turn the freaking frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs freaking frogs. It's not funny.
I'm gonna say it real slow for ya.
Gay frogs.
That was loud. Right. So essentially, instead of my rank in attack, I can use my whip to like break my fall, to swing, to grapple, to train an animal. It's beautiful. You taught Ian well? Wait, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Rocky? I've been yapping so long, my food's going cold. Istanbuli. With that song, he's obsessed. He's obsessed with the frog song? That's pretty funny. So, ooh, you may attempt to knock an opponent prone by yanking him off his feet. But this raises your TN to hit him by 10. So it's basically asking for 2 raises, which is crazy. Onso Ian's turning 16? Girl, what are you on about? What do you mean, you stinky chicken? What do you mean by that? Okay, masters of the Zepeda school are greatly feared for their skill with the whip. That's what I want to be. You have learned to use your whip to teach others respect. For each successful hit that causes damage against someone else, you are considered to have +1 to your fear rating against that opponent until the end of battle. Thus, if you've inflicted 3 hits that have caused at least 1 flesh wound, you have a fear rating of 3. That's fucking crazy. Ian's turning 16. Nice, dude. When you're both 18, we'll hang out. Until then, Sag, I can't. I apologize. Okay. Yes, I haven't had coffee. What time is it over there for you in Australia? Australia, my little squeaker. So remember how we talked about sorcery in Castile, quote unquote, not being real or not existing? Well, here it is. It's called El Fuego Adentro. Adentro? Sounds so fucking Californian. I apologize. Yeah, so it's essentially like flame control and like flame resistance. It's fucking sick, actually. It's 716? Bro, that's nuts. Yeah, so it's pretty frogging cool. It's just, again, the church had a whole burn the witch phase that's still kind of ongoing. So, if you have El Fuego, that's gonna be very dangerous for you as a person. So that's what I want. Going back to it, I would like Zepeda. So I'm gonna put Zepeda on my little sheet. One sec. Little sheet. We're gonna do Zepeda. Which is 35. Perfect. So, perfect. There goes our 35 points. So that means I need to subtract 35 from 48. So that is, I'm going to do a calculator. I'm not trying to do all this shit right now. 48 minus 35. 13. I have 13 points left. 35 from Zepeda School. Cool. 13. Okay. Perfect. We have hung up before. Yeah, I didn't know you were under 18. You gotta tell people that. You sinker. I didn't think Adelight was gonna let you participate in the charity thing until you were 18. I didn't know if that was legal. So should I have asked? Yeah. But we hung out during the charity thing. I told you, no, you sure didn't. No, you sure didn't. Anyways, chat. Doesn't mean we're never gonna hang out. It just means we need to be older. No, Ruru said the same thing. Same rules. Same rules apply, vibes. I'm sorry. Okay. So we have our swordsman. We have 13 more points to spend, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it also means we're almost done. Which is perfect because I've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours, which is a lot. Okay, so we have our sword school. We have our weapon. What else do we need to do? Let's check. Let's check. Where did we get skills? No, we haven't done skills yet. We have not done any skills. I think we stopped because I wanted to see how many points I even had. So So where are we here? La da da. Da 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 da. Okay. Yeah, magic and sword school eat your points. Yeah, it's true. In Australia, it's legal to participate. Yeah, see, I gotcha. I understand. We'll talk about it more later, but that's just how it is, Rocky. I'm sorry. Okay. So we did this. Advantages. We need to purchase advantages, skills, knacks, and finishing touches. So we're almost done. Which is pretty poggies. Pretty poggies. Okay. Destiny spread advantages. Let's look at advantages. Player's guide, wasn't it? Wait. Oh, why was it red? Yeah, the blue one, yeah, Vodachi with the coins in it. That makes sense. That makes sense. I was wrong. Ha! I was right about the Asuran, so. Okay. We need advantages. So let's look. Advantages. Advantages. I can't spell or read. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. We got you. 130. That's what page we're looking for. $130. This is the fun part, flipping through all the pages, guys. My God, it's gonna take ages. Come on. 130. Here we go. All right. So, we have 13 points to spend. We need to use them wisely, chat. We need to figure out how we have a Castilian education because we studied Zepeda, right? Perhaps as a result of their lost sorcery, the Castilians have devoted a great deal of effort toward furthering their minds. When purchasing this advantage, you were devoting a fair number of hero points to your heritage. Okay, so no. Castilian only, just kidding. Citation. Medals, awards, letters of marque, ribbons, titles. No, I don't see that happening. Connections, I don't know. Combat reflexes, I think, is going to be pretty sick. After initiative is rolled, you may re-roll one of your action dice, but you are forced to keep the new roll. That's not bad. Military service, I don't think so. Dangerous beauty. Am I a dangerous beauty? I don't know if I want to spend points on that shit. I do like to seduce, though. We'll think about it. We'll think about it, chat. Foul weather Jack. Whether you like it or not, excitement has a way of finding you. Princesses come to you seeking a rescuer, and old girlfriends turn up after years, only to be involved in plans to take over the world with your best friend. Never let it be said that you lead a boring life. Interesting. Here we go, Dragonizing equipment. There's so much. We're not going to have time to get into everything, but we talked a lot about Dragonizing equipment and how fucking cool it is. Let's see if there's a hammer. It doesn't look like it. There's a lot of armor. There's a musket, a pistol, and a sword. Sorry, Argosy. I know you wanted a hammer. I want an inheritance. Well, mostly just I want the horse. That's what I want. Ooh, a war horse. At least not in Eisen that I can see. I mean, maybe when we look at the Eisen book, I don't know, it might be in there. Let's look. Let's see if it's in the Eisen book, because we're not going to get another chance. Country Eisen. The world is too ugly to be an accident. Pony! I guess it's not very swashbuckler. Yeah, but I'm sure there's a way we can make it happen. You know, it's all about, like, historical, right? And I'm sure hammers came into use somewhere. Maybe you'd have to be a Viking guy instead of Eisen. Perchance? Would you be down? Königreichen. Am I right? Königreichen. Königreichen. How'd I do? Königreichen. I don't know. Yes. Okay, good. Like, is the important thing a hammer, or is the important part of your heritage? Like, what, like, are you attached to being Eisen, or are you more attached to, like, having a hammer? I think it's a hammer, but tell me if I'm wrong here. I'm just gonna Control F hammer and just see where we end up. A hammy. Blacksmith hammer. Excuse me. Look at this man. He's got this Porsche layered by the coif. He's coifed him. Ooh. Okay. Many soldiers wear Heiligen, small necklaces devoted to a memory of a particularly famous warriors. These necklaces are worn in the hopes that the warrior will intercede with Theus on the wearer's behalf, perhaps preventing an early death on the battlefield. Warriors whose signia often appear in Heiligen include Stefan I, a Draken, Gottschalk the First, a Prophet's Cross, Weiss the Great, a man with a crown of stars, Reifenstahl, a hammer. Okay, so Reifenstahl, whoever that is, they had a hammer, or were a hammer. Well, I'm sorry to say, bud, I don't think hammers are very Eisen. Every Nibelung forges out blacksmith's hammer as their final test for acceptance. A fencing weapon. You don't want a fencing weapon. You are a Nibelung, one of the few entrusted with the secret of forging Dracheneisen. Dracheneisen, remember, is that ore smelted out of dragon's bones, right? To useful items. This grants you special benefits. 1 pound of raw Dracheneisen is equivalent to 1 point of Dracheneisen equipment table. So you probably could make one, but it doesn't look like there's a school for it, perchance. Maybe it's just like a big weapon situation, right? Oh yeah, there's army tactics. You guys, this game is so in-depth. I think we might... Look at how fucking sick. I just want to keep going. Like, I feel like I haven't done enough. What's the school? What's their combat schools like? Swordsman school? A monster hunter, you say? Damn, look at this man. He got a little squidge. He caught a squidge. Huh? Oh, here we go. Gellingen School. Huh. It's interesting. Drexel. Oh, so Drexel sounds like it's a heavy weapon. So, oh shit. Drexel? Drexel. Oh shit. Drexel, perchance? Okay. The school was developed by a mercenary named Christoph Drexel, the leader of a warband known as the Blood Spirits. He found that, as a mercenary, he was usually forced into unpredictable situations that called for flexibility in thought and fighting style. Thus, he devised several different ways to make use of a versatile Eisen Zweihander. The Drexel fighting style is very popular among mercenaries. See, that's a... Could probably go it with the heavy weapon knack by doing a quick search. There doesn't seem to be something specific to hammers. I mean, yeah, it's true. I mean, genuinely, if the whole thing with a Zweihander is swing, hit, is like bonk, he could probably just use Drexel, right? And instead of a Zweihander, he can just fucking use a hammer. Just like color code it differently. Is that going to make a big problem? As a DM, I don't think it would. Plus, Argus really wants stuff like flexibility in combat. I think, right? Dirty weapon, dirty fighting heavy weapon. Hammer. You want to be able to disarm people, lunge, palm mill strike, exploit weaknesses. I mean, that sounds pretty poggies. The damage and stuff was fine. If there isn't damage tables, honestly, change it to blunt instead of sword would be fine, right? We would have to homebrew it, sounds like, Argus. But I'll look a bit more for you. I'll look a little bit more later. We'll do a hammer situation later on. Right. I keep getting distracted. So, advantages, which was on page 130. I forgot. What I want more than anything is a big horse. So I need a horse knack. Where are the horse knacks at? How many points is a horse knack? Okay. This is Draconized and I don't give a shit about that. Inheritance. You've been gifted with something of value. Perhaps it was left to you by a late relative, or perhaps you've recently grown into a trust fund. Or maybe, if you're willing to risk having a dependent, it was even a dowry or a gift from your spouse's parents. It could be a cherished heirloom, handed down throughout your family for generations, or simply a large sum of money. I think that that's what I want, and I want a horse. I want this guy. How much? Inheritance. It's 9 points. Gimme. Gimme. I want a horse. So, it's 13 minus 9. A big horse. Perhaps it was a horse. No, wait, it's 2. Wait, what? 2 points gives you a horse? Yeah, a little riding horse. Well, maybe I should just deal with a little riding horse, huh? Why not? Yeah, 2 points. Let's do 2. So 13, 12, 11. So 11 points used 2 for horse. Got it. My horse points are racking up, fam. Why not? A riding horse, right? Yeah, exactly. It doesn't need to be a war horse, surely. Those are expensive and probably reserved for the nobility. He'll be just as good as a war horse, I assure you. And I'll train him, you know? I want to get trashed, but it's pouring rain. You don't need to get trashed today. There's plenty of time left. Right? Okay, so we have that. 2 points in horse. You have very acute senses, making you more likely to spot a small mark on the floor. This is what Sparrow has. He's got this 2-point knack for sure. He would notice a small mark on the floor. I would not. We're moving right past this motherfucker. As if I don't even see it, because I wouldn't. You can speak more than one language. That's gonna probably be necessary, right? If I'm gonna be Castilian and Avalonian. The point cost for different languages can be found on the chart on the facing page, whatever that means. Here we go. So Castile is going to cost me 2. So there's 2 more points down the drain. So that's 9 points. To learn Castilian. Would be kind of weird to learn Zapata style in Castile without knowing Castilian. Hey, you know what? Actually, that makes sense because my character, remember how I was ordained in Avalon? That's going to be great for me moving to Castile. Now, what sucks for me being in Castile is I have glamour, but I'll just pretend I don't. You know what I mean? It'll be fine. They're not going to find me. Okay. Legendary trait. Okay, talk to me. Somehow, your potential with one of the 5 basic traits has been boosted. You might just be special, or you might be devoted to your entire life to one particular characteristic. What? Look, they have left-handed. Left-handed. 1.4 Fodacci. Not so much the inability to wield a weapon with your right hand as proficiency with your left. This means that you have either by birth or by training managed to overcome the natural handicap of working with your left hand. Since other fighters and even other left-handers are trained to fight right-handed swordsmen, they have a bit more trouble dealing with you. Anybody recognize that reference? Lorge! See, this is the one that Argus would have. There would also be a 5-point advantage called loincloth. It would cost you 5 points, but in exchange you get a loincloth. Okay. I don't care about memberships, not really. I'm already ordained. What does this mean? You've obtained a position in the Church of Prophets, a position that brings you a great deal of influence and advantage, most likely that of a priest, though we will leave that up to your detail as a GM. You receive the Scholar skill for free. Okay, so I get Scholar for free. I'm going to need to write that down. Scholar for free from Ordained. And that was free. I got that for free. And, I get a free raise in social situations with NPCs and heroes who are adherents to your faith. Yo, that's fucking poggies. Ooh, I also get 3 meals a day. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm religious. A life of comfort. You know what I'm saying? 30 guilders per month and all basic needs cared for. That's what I'm saying, right? That is what I am saying. When you're talented and you don't have any money, what do? You find a patron. Honestly, I guess you could say that this is pretty accurate. Patrons are wealthy individuals who sponsor struggling artists, poets, playwrights, swordsmen, and rogues. Hey, that sounds good. The number of points you spend determines how wealthy your patron is and how willing he is to spend some of that wealth on you. But remember, your patron's money isn't your money. And many patrons are a little more than rich, snotty nobles that are so easily offended. Talk with your GM about purchasing a patron. And who your patron might be. Okay. Okay, work. We'll come back to this because there's something else I want, I think. Here we go. I think that's it. Now it's just skills, right? I think I'm happy with that. So let's go to skills. All right. Civil skills encompass everything that you need or can do that does not involve combat. So very few of these skills or their associated knacks, if you will, have any mechanics written into their descriptions. And you can't build any of these skills higher than rank 3, which is those little dots that we talked about, right? Artist, you specialize in one of the fine arts, perhaps composing love sonnets for your beloved or painting portraits for the nobility. Artists are a special breed and can make a living with their work, which has the potential to elicit emotion and manipulate the masses, or focus upon one individual and change his heart forever. And then here's some knacks, knacks are basically like stuff you can do with that skill, right? So as an artist, you could be a composer, you could be an artist, a musician, you could be a sculptor. Cat! You could be a writer, you could be a singer, right? A courtier, which sounds pretty fun. But it looks like it could be expensive. Interesting. Wait, how much do these things cost? Wait a minute. How much do skills cost? It doesn't say. At the beginning? How much do skills? Okay, here we go. The sixth step is to purchase skills and knacks for your hero. Purchasing a skill costs 2. Okay, so it costs 2. Shouldn't have frog and changed it. Oops. Okay, 130, 130. Leonardo DiCaprio. 130, babes. 130. Patreon. 42. Cat! Come on. I'm begging you. We're never gonna get there, chat. It's nice to see the pictures on every few pages, though, just to kind of get through it. It's nice. Here we go. Okay, so they're worth 2. I kind of like courtier. Etiquette, fashion, oratory. Where's bard? Was that a thing here? Where's bard? What was that? Bard? Okay. Yeah, bard. So I get that for 2 points, right? 2 points. Avalon Bard. Hell yeah! What does it get me? Bard heroes wander the Avalon countryside seeking adventures, stories, and the world's riddles. While they descend from the druids once, one did not have to be a druid in order to practice the bard skill. Musicians and storytellers are as plentiful as grain. So, next, I have etiquette. While it may be acceptable to throw bones of your meal upon the floor in some regions, it is certain that other nobility would faint upon seeing some ruffian throw a greasy bone on their new rug. You have learned the niceties of events sponsored by the nobility and can avoid such social faux pas. When using this knack in a place where you are unfamiliar with the customs, you are at a 2 unkept dice penalty. Perfect. I don't know, have we talked about kept and unkept dice yet? Have we discussed that? Let's cover it one more time just in case. I try to cover things as they come up, but this is the first time it's really talked about unkept dice. So how we talked about the D10 system, right? And like what you roll. So if you were going to attack somebody, you would roll your reflexes plus the skill that you have in attack, right? So let's say your reflex is 3. Let's say you have really good reflexes. So you would roll 3 dice and your attack is like 2. It would be keep 2. What that means is you roll 3 dice and you keep the 2 best ones, right? So that's how it works. I might have gotten those 2 mixed around, but I know that the one that you keep is the trait that you roll. Yeah. So essentially what it's saying is when you roll dice, you get to choose which ones you want to keep. Of course, you're going to choose the ones that are best. Also, something really cool about this system is that 10s explode. Now, what does that mean? What happens when your dice explode? It means that if you crit, by rolling a 10 on a 10-sided dice, it means that you get to roll everything that was a 10 again. So if you roll 3k3, 3 dice, you keep 3, and they're all 10s, you roll all 3 of them again, and you add all of those numbers together, and then you stop rolling when you stop exploding. So it's possible on a TN 15 to roll a 32. That could happen. You know, it just depends on how lucky you get. So there's always that sense of like, you could still get really, really lucky, and you still have the opportunity to succeed. So it's pretty nifty. Talk about a crit. Yeah, that's the thing. This is something I've noticed about specifically like American TTRPGs that use like systems like this. They really like giving you more dice. And I don't know if I'm a super big fan of that. Maybe it's just because I don't like all the math. I don't want to count all this shit. Just give me 1 dice and put a 5 next to it. I don't know. But yeah, with this system, at least, when you throw dice, you don't keep them all. You just keep the big ones, right? And that's what you use to determine if you hit or not. You compare that to the TN, or remember, that's this game's version of DC, okay? To determine if you hit that guy. And you'll have a different TN for stuff like parrying, and different dice rolls that you do for parrying. So let's say your attack is 3, keep 3. That means you roll 3 dice and you keep 3. But your parry is 3, keep 2. That means even though you roll dice, 3 dice, you only keep 2. Does that make sense? Big gambling culture is my guess. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. So, these are all the cool knacks that I get. I get etiquette, which we just read. I get history. More than just knowing what has come before, history has a great many lessons for those willing to listen. Tragic military defeats have been transformed into glorious victories by a skilled historian, and more than a few of them have learned from failed political maneuvers as well. You know the ways of the past and how to learn from them today. I like that. Oratory. Sweet words of praise flow as easily from your lips as whispered words of poison. Oratory allows you to convince your listeners more easily of the truth of any argument. Oratory may be used in place of diplomacy, mooch, politics, sincerity, storytelling, bribery, socializing, or incitation next, with a +10 to +40 penalty. So essentially, if I would just like to use my oratory instead of any of these, like if I don't for some reason have mooch, I can just use my oratory, but it's going to give, based on what my GM says, anywhere between a +10 to +40 penalty. Okay? Really mean storytellers would be like, I'm always going to make this really high. And really cool storytellers might be like, it's a +10, you know? Just depends. And I think it also kind of depends on the situation, right? If you're trying to convince the Prince of Castile not to set the orphanage on fire because he thinks they're all witches in there, you know, that might be a +40 no matter what way you slice it. But I guess it just depends, right? And then advanced snacks, which I think I can get for another 2. The art of diplomacy. The art of peace. Words have prevented more wars than guns have ever caused. Your soothing reassurances can calm all but the most enraged duelist and keep your blood where it belongs, in your veins. You saying the Prince of Castile is really funny to me. Okay, look. All right. I'm doing Reader's Digest version. Technically, the Prince of Castile is the fucking church if we want to get specific, but like, whatever. Anyway. Yeah, I might not get all the lore points right, all right? I'm not as experienced as you are, but you know, I remember some things about this, and this has been a really nice refresher. The king? Oh, that's why I keep calling him Prince, because he's the king. the King of Castile is like 16 and is a sweetheart. I mean, it's Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah? Is he a sweetheart? I don't remember if he actually did anything useful. Cardinal Verdugo is the head of the Inquisition. Yeah, obviously, with a title like head of the Inquisition, you kind of are a dick, right? Amused is the expert that I was afraid was gonna show up in chat, and I would realize how little I actually know about this. No, Amused is great, and I appreciate your insight. I haven't read all of the lore, and I don't have a lot of experience dealing with it. I just kind of know basically what you and I talked about, Amused, and like the little tidbits that I've picked up on my own. I haven't been in a 7th game since the last time you and I played years and years ago. But it's had such an intrigue and interest for me that I couldn't really stay away. It's been so inspiring to me as a writer to see like this kind of storytelling, you know? You would like him, I would think. Well, introduce us. I'll let you introduce the King of Castile to me, an Avalonian, with Fey blood, and we'll just have quick chit chat until my Fey forest lover, Cato shows up and nabs him, and then all hell will break loose, and I'll be in big trouble. Sounds like we've made a story already. Okay, I have a question for you, Amused. How do I get these advanced snacks? Are they an additional 4 points, or like do I only get the basics here? It didn't really say. I convinced Jess to be cool? Wait, what? They cost extra? Oh, okay. Let me see. What do you mean you convinced Jess to be cool? Jess is already pretty froggin' cool. Pretty froggin' cool already. About Castile and the church? Oh, yeah. Yeah. See, that's the thing, right? Like, you have to make certain assurances before you play games like this, because if you play it the way that it was quote unquote meant to be played, which is with a lot of sexism, potentially racism, and classism, among other things, it is challenging, and it gives you a rough time, and it kind of gives you the ick, right? So some things just need to get a little bit squashed, you know, get a little bit of a cheeky, just a cheeky twist. You know what I'm saying? Why does it sound like we're at a funeral at sea? Come on, let's get some peppy music up in. What about this? Sea monster battle music, perfect. All right, this guy looks like Lagiacrus. He's pretty cool. Yeah. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, it doesn't really say how much it costs. It says 2. Maybe I just can't read. Advantages. Okay. The skill costs 2 HP. Increasing a basic knack costs 1. Oh, it costs 3. It does say. I just didn't finish reading it. Got it. That sounds like me. You may not start with any knacks higher than rank 3. Okay. So, let's check. What's the, do I still have the sheet open? No, of course not. Why would I? Smiley face. There it is. Okay. Oh yeah, so here on the sheet, look it. So you have background, so you put it here and you put your advantages here, of which we only have 1, which is horse. My advantage, horse. Your languages. Okay, so here's where you would put your like skills, right? My sorcerer's heritage would go here. We haven't even gotten into the sorcerer's heritage. We're running out of time, chat. It's been 5 hours. So I guess even though we haven't finished the Esme Silverthorn character, I'm gonna hold on to this and we'll finish it another day, perchance. Right? And maybe even someday, if you guys really liked this, we'll play 7th together. Wouldn't that be fun? Make your own characters. as me 7th C character. You'd be up for that? That's what I like to hear. For now, I think that would be a blast. I'm so glad you think so. That means we have to do it. Okay, who is streaming? Let's find a friend. Starfire streaming. We love Starfire, don't we? Yeah, I'm happy with Starfire special events. What is she doing? Oh, I think she's doing her donathon.
Did you come for the Scooby Gang? Because they're dead. They're dead. We killed the murder mystery.
She has her face cam on.
Hang on, Ace,
Okay, let's go support her.
Ace.
Let's definitely go support her.
Come over here.
She's a friend of the channel.
Someone over here.
We have to support her. Okay, you guys.
There you go.
Don't forget the raid message.
Help.
Please copy that and
I don't
paste
know
it
whoever helped me with that
into.
lightning thing. Thank
Let
you.
me just mute this shit really
Thank
quick.
you so much.
Make sure to copy that and paste it into chat as soon as you finish the raid. Let me see. Rage. Please wish her well and even support her if you would be so kind for her donathon. That would be great. Just really show her the love that she's given us, you guys. She's really supported us, everything that we've asked her to join us with. She's a big supporter of the channel. I had so much fun today, and I can't wait for tomorrow. We're having even more fun, you guys. And thank you again so much for picking up trash and making the world a better place, Bravestones. I love you very much. I mean it. And I'll see you tomorrow.
It is the beautiful guild. Hello, my guild friends. Let me go in here. Protect my body, y'all. Protect my body for a second.
Esme Silver.
Esme, welcome in. Welcome in. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everybody. If you guys can protect my body for just like 2 minutes, let me see who else is here. Argus, welcome in. Esme, welcome in. Amuse, Yuhara, welcome in. And Lily, hello, everybody. Happy Donathon. Thank you so much. Hello. Yes, it's good to see everybody. How was your stream? What were you guys up to? Hello, hello. Yes, we're playing some Fortnite. We're all playing as Jones. We're playing as the default skin, and I feel really bad for people that come up to us because they think we're newbies.
Someone over here.
And then we're murdering them, and it's quite sad. How is everybody doing? Where are they at? Where are they? Am I blind?
There's somewhere over this way.